Okay, we're live. All right, so it's 3 o'clock. I think I'll begin. Yeah, just one second. Okay. We come to the last day of a marathon archives week brought to you by the collective endurance of the Milli network. What began as a curiosity in surveying archival efforts across India has turned into a new understanding for all of us about the possibilities of what thinking through memory, preservation, and absence can mean for the future of community in India. Over the week, we have understood one thing for certain, and that is that the past is in our present. This is manifest in a variety of ways, and especially today in digital times, this means that we narrate across languages, images, and media. Today's panels will all attempt to address the question of how we narrate the archives across region, language, and form. We begin with the panel provocatively titled Digital Deccan. The languages spoken across the shifting boundaries of the Deccan region of India serve up a fascinating archival challenge. This panel surveys the interconnections across these histories to relate the region's past through a digital present. I would first like to introduce this panel through the platforms that the panelists have come to be associated with. And so I'll just share my screen, just a second. Farah, you might need to enable my screen sharing.
Oh, I think you are not.
Yeah, sorry, Farah.
What name are you signed in from? Maya, I was looking for you under Milli Network. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. So we have 3 panelists today for the Digital Deccan panel. I will begin by mentioning Kurush Dalal and the sort of the website that he's associated with. It's called Live History India. Just to give you a sense, and this is part of the contention of today's topic, is the sort of varieties in which the search for the Deccan might sort of yield in terms of results. So we're looking obviously at the region across time, across sort of all kinds of characters and figures, and this obviously begs the question of scripts and many other sort of allied challenges. Rochelle, whose website Archive and Access has been around for almost 10 years now, has also put up a series of different collections on this, which deal with sort of Konkani sources specifically. And finally, our third panelist, Ashutosh Potdar, is the editor of a bilingual journal between English and Marathi called Hakara. Between these 3 platforms and between my guests today, I really hope to, explore not just the idea of what does this region mean for us historically, but really how it's being re-narrated across many of these platforms. So I begin with Kurush. Kurush, I'll just introduce you very briefly. And just give me 1 second, sorry. Yeah, Kurush Dalal is an archaeologist and anthropologist, an educator, and an inheritor of a culinary legacy, which may be why he is the only named archaeologist of food in India. Kurush received his PhD on the early Iron Age in Rajasthan from Deccan College, Pune University. He then focused on the early medieval period, predominantly on the west coast of India. He is the co-director of the Salset Explorations Project, a massive urban archaeology project documenting the archaeology of Mumbai since 2015. Since 2019, he is consulting editor with Live History India and continues to research archaeology and culinary anthropology. As of August 2020, he is the director of the Institution School of Archaeology. So Kurush, over to you. Kurush, you're on mute, sorry.
Thank you very much, Maya and Milli, and thank you for that very, very famous saying, you are on mute. As an archaeologist, it is the mute that I deal with very often, and it is the mute that I try to make speak. And that is essentially, what we archaeologists do. And let me start by telling you that I find the concept of the Deccan very interesting. You know, coming from the original term Deccan and Dakkani, and yet casually described as all the land south of the Narmada, also described as a part of southern India, very, very casually. You have people like Richard Eaton talking about it as a small part of southern India. And you have others talking about it as the whole of southern India, south of the Narmada, and it gets very interesting. The one great redeeming feature physically of the Deccan is the Great Deccan Trap or the Intertrapian series that make up the Deccan igneous rocks. And for those who might not know, they are one of the greatest murder weapons of all time. The Intertrapians, or the Deccan Trap as we call them, are essentially the rocks that killed the dinosaurs. So yes, Maharashtra was responsible for the demise of the dinosaurs and the extinction of the dinosaurs, and perhaps the most recent greatest genocide event that we have in history, or rather in geology. Maharashtra is also responsible for the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, but that comes about a little bit later. So the Deccan has played some very interesting roles. There are some very interesting regions that border the Deccan. You have the eastern and western Ghats that sandwich it in between, more or less. Most of the Deccan, again, is covered by the Deccan Plateau. You have the beautiful Konkan on its western side. You have the eastern coast on its eastern side, and you have the Narmada and the Vindhyas on the north, kind of breaking it off from northern India. So there is a great amalgam of the southern Indian states, and here it's not just the 4 states that make up South India, but so much Maharashtra and parts of Madhya Pradesh and Orissa and that entire region put together also. This region is also the region that gives us some of the oldest evidence for human inhabitation. It's a region that gives us some of the oldest evidence in peninsular India for the Bronze Age. Once again, it gives us very, very early evidence for the Iron Age. It is that region which has continuously engaged with the rest of the world in so many ways that we very often don't talk about, because we keep talking about the later medieval conquest through the north, and we talk about the invasions from the northwest frontier regions, and we forget that there has been an enormous amount of trade that the Deccan has been involved in, especially the so-called Indo-Roman trade, when we were part of the Roman world, and the Roman world was trading with us, and Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala were such huge players in that trade. And the black gold that went from here, the so-called black gold, which was the famous pepper that went from here, went with a whole host of other items. We also know that this is the region that saw the earliest evidence of horses in India, something that we've been going on and on about in northern India. And we completely forget that the earliest horses, well-documented horses in India, are actually in southern India. And we wonder where they came from if they didn't come via northern India, and could they have come by sea? So as an archaeologist, my job is to look at a short history of just about 1.5 million years when I deal with the Deccan. And archiving the Deccan then becomes an incredibly complex job. We have prehistorians, proto-historians, early medieval historians, and of course, corollary archaeologists in all these cases, actually physically verifying and archiving their finds in the form of papers, in the form of seminars, in the form of conference papers, in the form of books, and so on and so forth. So when you try to find the evidences for the Deccan, especially in the archaeological period, or what people would like to call the ancient period, there are very, very few places that you can go and put your finger on and say, this is where I will find them. There are beautiful archives in India, though some of them are in a terrible state, and I'm sure my other panelists will talk about that. But the archives that talk about the past, especially when we go back to the hoary past, have been very few and far between. The main reason for this is most of these were very, very thick academic tomes written by people who lived in beautiful ivory towers and read by even fewer people and force read by their students who had very little other choice. So archiving the Deccan has become and archiving for that matter, archaeology has become a very, very difficult problem. Finally, to add to all of this is the issue that today history, archaeology, etc. Are used and misused by various different peoples, various different organizations to make points, very often without knowing exactly what it is they're talking about. We recently had a very, very interesting party come into power, a new party come into place, or I don't know how politically correct we are, so I won't mention their names. And the gentleman who was spearheading the party said, I want to bring about a rule like that at Vaishali, not realizing the people of Vaishali, which had one of the earliest oligarchies, could never make up their minds about anything. And if he had been a student of the archives of ancient India, he would have known that when they were being invaded, they were so busy discussing what they should do that their committee was finally interrupted and told, by the way, guys, there's no point in debating this anymore. We have been invaded. So, very often the past is misused and misrepresented. And there are a few places where there is an active effort to document this past, an active effort to talk about this past, and an active effort to disseminate knowledge, which is simple, clear, and yet factually absolutely correct. So one of the great platforms online is Live History India, which I have had the great pleasure of being involved with since 2019. Started by Minnie Menon and Akshay Chavan, and Akshay Chavan, and they do absolutely brilliant job over there. They bring in the top people in the field to write about their fields. They get their data cross-checked, cross-examined, and they put it up in as simple and lucid a manner as possible in English and in Hindi. And this has made places like Live History, I should say, a go-to point for people who want absolutely clean, factual data without any unnecessary controversy in the realms of history, archaeology, so on and so forth. I also happen to work with the India Study Center, and we have been trying to do the same thing in a slightly higher grade of academia, but yet academia that is accessible to one and to all. And what we've been doing is we've been doing a huge series of certificate courses, short certificate courses, usually a week or 2 weeks max. And we've been trying to take this archived data and the data which has been collected by hundreds of different experts and which has so far only been available to experts, to the common man. All they have to have is a desire to learn. So the India Study Center Trust, or instrucent.org, has been putting out programs after programs and recorded programs now, so that anybody can go, and even if there is no current programming, they can go and select what they want to do and what they want to listen to. Finally, I also happen to wear a very, very different hat, that of a culinary anthropologist, and I look at archiving the Deccan and the rest of India through its food, through the food that it has had through the years, through the foods that have come to it, through the foods it has sent out, and to see the different ways in which different groups of people who have lived in India, especially since I work in Western India, in the Deccan, and who have had different kinds of occupations, each of these have been shaped by the kind of food available to them, which in turn is shaped by their geography and the geology. So there is an enormous amount of data, there is an enormous amount of work, and there are a large number of people working in these fields. It is the job of organizations like Live History India, the Instrucent Trust, and the Studying Food workshops to bring this data to people and make this data available in a form in which people can go and easily access things which are factual and things which are told to them by people in a position of authority and scholars in their field. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is the archaeological contribution to the archiving of the Deccan. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurush. I think that really sets the tone for why it's so important for digital platforms to be leveraged in terms of public outreach and also sort of making accessible what has been the provenance of just scholars and those conversations. Next up, we have Rochelle, and I will just briefly introduce you, Rochelle, before you go on. One second. Rochelle Pinto is an independent researcher. She has held research fellowships at the Institute of Advanced Study in Nantes, the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, and the Center for the Study of Developing Societies. She has taught across various institutions and also co-directed a 2-year project, Archive and Access, funded by the Dorabji Tata Trust, Bombay. Her books include a recent anthology on translation, script, and orality, and Konkani Becoming a Language of State by Orient Black Swan. And also earlier, the book Between Empires, Print and Politics in Goa, which was awarded the Hira Lal Gupta Research Award. Over to you, Rochelle.
Thanks, Maya. So just to come in on, what attracted me to the digital Deccan when you suggested it as a panel is that it offers a very concrete counterpoint to the area I work with, which is Goa, and most recently, looking at the history of Konkani. Now, Konkani is written in 5 scripts and spoken down the western coast of India. So, much like the region of the Deccan, you cannot tell a monolingual narrative about which maps a particular region with a territory and a people and a singular history, right? And what happens in the case of modern statist histories, particularly after the formation of the linguistic state, but also really by the late 19th century with the onset of nationalism, is there's an expectation of a certain a normative structure for literary history, where in a way for languages to achieve recognition, they need to demonstrate an ancient Sanskritic past and a continuous devolution of written texts right up to the point of independence, and then with the formation of linguistic states. So if one has to tell the history of Konkani, it ends up being a kind of struggle, because if you have a normative literary history in mind, often what you end up narrating is a lack, right? But a region like the Deccan, which intersects, as Richard Eaton points out, with three contemporary linguistic states, that's Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Andhra Pradesh. And as Eaton points out, it has no master narrative. Right. So again, you're looking at a region where there isn't a narrative in a singular language which is actually going to account for that region. And I think one of the reasons why, when Eaton emphasizes that it has no master narrative, in a way, what he's saying is that there is no singular state, no singular pre-colonial or colonial state through which you can narrate a continuous history. And which then is going to give you a sort of endpoint with the post-independent linguistic state. So what does this reveal to us? It really demonstrates to us that you can tell a history through the conjunction of events and personages rather than a singular linear narrative. Now, when I talk about the naturalization of language with territory, there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, even in the case of the Deccan, the region of Andhra was associated with Telugu even prior to the British colonial state, and likewise with Maharashtra in the 13th century, you do have the formation of identity around both region and language, right? But unlike the modern nation state, you don't have a naturalization of political identity with linguistic identity, with regional or with religious identity. And the kind of formation that you have in the 11th century or the 13th century doesn't construct a norm that you then retrospectively apply to prior histories as well. So in that sense, I think language use and literary history in the Deccan is not unmarked by power. So when I say, we're looking for concrete alternatives to, say, a nationalist mode of literary history, it's not like we're saying we're looking for language use that's unmarked by status power. But I think we see forms of power that are differential and that are very varied. And the Deccan actually offers that as a sort of concrete point. So it's not like I have to posit it as a kind of abstract conception. So for instance, Dakkani, so if I take Telugu and I take Marathi, we also have Dakkani, which for instance denoted a cultural position in opposition to North India, right? And as well as in opposition to the Persian world. Okay, so there's a way in which you have different kinds of cultural positions that you have to account for over a period of time. So if I'm looking at state patronage, I find that Telugu, may be patronized by, say, the Vijayanagar state, right? And Dakkani has Bijapur, right? Or Telugu is also patronized by the Golconda state. But prior to the 15th century, Dakkani, for instance, that may not have a very strong literary history. So there are various kinds of, it produces a conception of region that's in a way constitutively differentiated across multiple languages. So it's the kind of region where you are compelled to understand that, different dimensions of our linguistic world or different aspects of our linguistic life world are conducted through different languages. You do not assume from the beginning that the literary use of language and the political use are all conducted in just one language. Now, while the question, while multilingualism, in a way, it applies to any region, right? It's just that some regions and some languages acquire the kind of status where they sustain monolingual narratives. But a region like the Deccan, because, as I was saying, it's constitutively differentiated across multiple languages, it offers a very interesting counterpoint. So I don't then have to talk about the Konkan, or I don't specifically have to talk about Konkani as through an absence, right? But I find a kind of a concrete counterpoint in terms of the state, the relationship to the state, a cultural position, a literary position, right? All of these, the Deccan offers all of these possibilities. So apart from this question of script, so Konkani, as I said, is written in 5 scripts, and the Deccan also is a region where if you have to tell its history, you have to negotiate with multiple languages as well as scripts. But one other aspect that makes this region interesting for me is that Goa has very specific historical links, in the sense because from the 1470s, the Bamini kingdom incorporated Goa, right? So many of just like it was a protectorate of the Vijayanagar Empire before being captured by the Bamini kingdom, Goa is a protectorate of many of the kingdoms which had their centers in regions of the Deccan. Okay, so it kind of is a tributary of these larger states. And over the question of, if we're looking at the conjunction of land records and language, again, both these, the Deccan and the Konkan offer an interesting sort of counterpoint to each other. So Eaton, for instance, mentions that Persian was replaced by Marathi and Kannada in the writing of land records. And likewise, in Goa, if you had to represent just the question of the use of language in the field of record keeping and land records, you're looking at Modi, you're looking at Hal Kannada, as well as Persian, as well as Portuguese. Right, so these are sort of interesting intersections, I think, that have still to be developed. Largely, I think, because many of our linguistic skills, but also our sort of cognitive literary maps, in the post-independent state, tends to restrict us to particular sort of status conceptions of language and of region. The other thing that agrarian history does, I think, is that it opens up a narrative which brings together space, deities, and people. So the writing of agrarian history, or the way in which a territory represents itself through agrarian history, is often marked by caste. So if the Deccan, for instance, offers a sort of narrative of medieval, Marathi poet saints with pastoralism, with the rise of the vernacular, the Konkan the Konkan can show you a narrative where Konkani is foregrounded, but through a strictly sort of Brahminical myth, and again a claim over agriculture, where you have a sort of Brahmin group claiming to be the origin of an agrarian system in Goa. So these become very, very interesting counter narratives to each other, not as challenges to each other, but as concrete representations of language in conjunction with a cultural or with a political process. And lastly, I think both the Deccan and the Konkan are regions where, in anthropological terms, you have, I think, the suppression of race. So you have regions that potentially could offer different anthropological maps if we actually began from a premise of a multiracial a multiracial region. And perhaps, an interesting narrative that could develop from that would be to demonstrate how caste and religion effectively subsume and suppress and conceal and hierarchize racial difference. So yeah, that was the way in which I think, the Deccan, if I were to think of the Deccan from the perspective of the Konkan, these were the aspects that I think are sort of productive.
Thank you so much, Rochelle. I think, the ground has really been set for at least considering the nature of challenge, whether it's through script or otherwise. We move on now to Ashutosh Potdar. Ashutosh is amongst the most prominent playwrights and poets writing in Marathi today. His plays have been performed at several national and international festivals, and Ashutosh has also translated plays by Dario Fo and Jean Genet. He writes also in English and has co-edited a book on performance making in the archive to be published by Routledge India. He is the founder and co-editor of Hakara, an online peer-reviewed journal of creative expression published in Marathi and English. Over to you, Ashutosh. You can unmute now.
Thank you, Maya. Today I'm going to talk in the context of my own writing, how I access archive. I write in Marathi, so my talk will be around the archival material around Marathi theatre. So the performance, and I'm going to read out my paper. So the performance and the archive are always seen as two poles. Archive is or was there, and the performance here it's here, at the then and the now moment, or the past and the present. Permanence of the archive and impermanence of a performance. As a researcher, one doesn't have access to the particular moment of performance after it's performed for its ephemerality. As a result, one has to rely on document produced before or after the performance. While creating work, an artist wishes to create something that is long-lasting, though not everlasting or permanent, in the form of written words. But the presentation of a play in the form of performance is impermanent, taking place at a particular moment in time. At the moment of a performance passes, it becomes an archive. An artist struggles to create in a live moment, but the next moment his work becomes an archive. This is an ongoing, one-on-one circulatory play between the now, the then, and the now. Archive and performance are intrinsically linked to each other. While writing my play, Sada Sarvada Purvapar, I had an opportunity to participate in a process of performance making by performing a contract agreement between the 19th century director and theatre manager, Vishnudas Bhave, and his team of actors. The contract informed me that the company has trained the actors to perform scenes from the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. Another material that was brought into rehearsal was a letter written by Bhave to the Raja of Sangli, complaining to him that the actors have betrayed him by leaving him and joining another group. For Bhave, it was a financial loss since the company couldn't run the shows because the actors abandoned the company. The letter also throws light on how Bhave, the director, feels helpless after actors who he had trained in the performances abandoned him. In the letter, Bhave appeals to the Raja of Sangli to help him in the crisis. The material extends our contemporary understanding of the actual event of a performance to a broader theatrical sphere. The material also reiterates the general perception that 19th century colonial theatre practices followed the Ramayana and the Mahabharata epics. However, it's difficult to pinpoint the exact perception of memories of the Ramayana and Mahabharata, leaving us to believe that there is the Ramayana and there is the Mahabharata in the mind of individual. There is an anecdote given in Vishnudas Bhave's biography about how he performed his play Sita Swayamvar, which is considered to be the first professionally performed play in modern India. He used to work for Chintamanrao Patwardhan, Raja of Sangli. The Raja had seen performance of Bhagavad Mela from Karnataka. He asked Bhave to create something entertaining, unlike rustic tamashas. At the same time, the same biography informs us that Bhave grew up listening to the Ramayana stories from local performers, Pandit poets, and traditional kirtankars. Thus, it was a specific performance memory when Bhave created Sita Swayamvar. The Ramayana was present in the memory. It was alive in everyone's memory, and everyone's memory of the Ramayana had been different. This is a spatial kind of memory along with other types of memories, such as memory of food or memory of space in Maharashtra. And that was memory of performance. So my next point here in this archive is not just a physical property, but it's also a concept of the archive or an idea. One of the interesting observations that has emerged from the research work and creative processes that I participated and the material that I acquired from Belgaum and Dharwad in Karnataka, Mumbai in Maharashtra, and several other places in small towns in Maharashtra, is that it's not just physical archival material that we engage with, but it's also an idea. Through an artistic approach, an individual engages with the immaterial archive in the form of memories or thoughts that are out there. The biographical references to the work of Vishnudas Bhave mention that he was asked to perform something like Bhagavad Mela, which came from Karnataka. Another record says that he grew up listening, watching Ramayana and Mahabharata from the storytellers and kirtankars in Maharashtra as well as Karnataka. Now the questions are, what does the record say about what exactly he followed that has resulted in the emergence of modern theatre? And what archive or archival material or an idea we are referring to while building our performances in today's time? This way, it's a two-way process, archive out there and archive in here. But there is philosophical question that I'm not in position to address, that what is difference between the material there and material that's in our mind? In mind about the form of play. When I wrote a play, Sindhu Sudhakar Ramanitar, the original proposal was to reform 1917 famous play by Ram Ganesh Gadkari, Ekas Pyala. However, we came to the point that we are not going to just reenact famous play, but to reinterpret in a larger context of culture, society, and politics in the Maharashtra and other states in the Deccan. My attempt was to find the past and the present frames punctuating each other. The past and the present, as well as a well-known performance studies scholar, Rebecca Schneider writes, try to bring that time, that prior moment, to the very fingertips of the present. And the play that I wrote and we performed was a way of performing as if of the past play, Ekas Pyala, and the material around it, to turn it into what if in the contemporary time. So for instance, in my play, I imagine a character wearing sari that Balagandharva would have had in his famous performance. So as some of you may know, Balagandharva was a very famous actor in the early 20th century in Maharashtra as well as Karnataka and Gujarat. The material that I worked with and worked on is from the past, but I imagine what if of the material in an individual perception of my own, and to develop the character of costume designer that would hold the same sari and look at it to design something like it for a model from today's time. Now the question was, how are we going to look at as if material in the context of what if? And what if time returns, what does it drag along with it? What aspects of Maharashtra or being a Maharashtrian in culture would bring those aspects to the play? While working on Sindhu Sudhakar Ramanitar, I realized that Ram Ganesh Gadkari's Ekas Pyala, this famous play, which has also been translated into Kannada several times, which has also been performed regularly in Gujarati. So it's not just over, it's deeply engraved in the memory of middle-class societies in Deccan of those days. While creating my play, my take on the play, I tried to look at the material objects such as photographic material available in the archives and libraries. But my attempt was also to look at the body poses and gestures of old-time Sangeet Natak actors who worked in Gujarat as well as in Bombay Prant of the time. For instance, the voice modulation that the popular actor like Balagandharva would take on the stage, or the tanas that the audience would find so exciting. Even today, when one goes to watch a popular Sangeet Natak, either in Dharwad, Belgaum, Kolhapur, or Pune or Bombay, he or she recites the song sequences that were made famous by Balagandharva. Now, the task for me was to search for the theatrical past that was there, popular in those days in the Deccan, through what has remained in the form of materials such as photographs and written narratives. And also through gestures, postures, and the memories of songs and music. A tricky part of the entire exercise was the archival material about Ek's Pyala that's available in Kannada as well as in Marathi and Gujarati, and the performances of Balagandharva as well as many other famous Gujarati artists of the time existed in multiple forms. And of course, my understanding and the group's understanding through the rehearsal was a compilation of all these understanding in the process. So when we were working on this play and we were working on the material from Gujarati, Kannada, and Marathi, actually there was some also popular understanding of what you call popular film industry was in the revival of old plays. They aimed to keep the glorious past alive, and their effort was to let the contemporary viewer see that time and the character and the legends of the time to re-experience and visualize in contemporary time. So for them, it was a glorious past, and there was no critical engagement with the archive by these popular directors and actors when we created this play. The critical engagement with the archive allowed me to create newer work, processes, and methodologies. One of the very important exercises that we did together while creating the play was to read out the later revolutionary thinker and writer Mahatma Jyotirao Phule had written to M. Mahadev Govinda Ranade in the late 19th century. While the later Phule had written was to acknowledge Ranade's invitation to participate in the proposed conference of Marathi authors, he also contested the hierarchical politics and the literary culture in 19th century Maharashtra at that time of Deccan province. Phule wrote in his letter, I quote, "But then, esteemed sir, the conferences and the books of those who refuse to think of human rights generally, who do not concede them to others and going by their behavior are unlikely to concede them in future, cannot make sense to us. They cannot conquer with what we are trying to say in our books. The reason is that their ancestors, with a view to taking revenge on us, included in their pseudo-religious texts an account of how they turn us into slaves and thus gave our enslavement religious authority." Now, this reading of Mahatma Phule's letter helped us understand the language in the 19th century, its structure and sounds of words, as well as its connection to Bahujans of the time. At the same time, the document was about the memory of a particular section in society, the relationship between the oppressor and oppressed, the hierarchical structures, the writing culture and subaltern. Phule questioned the validity of existing literary and cultural practices for the society that the dominant caste had exploited. Most creative writers and theater directors at the center of the theater history from the Deccan are from the upper class and caste. In the later, further Phule wrote, I quote, "The feelings expressed in our meetings and books do not appear in the books written by them or in their meeting. How will people with their heads in the clouds understand that adversities and troubles we had faced?" Further, he announced in the letter that, I quote, "Your literature and our literature cannot never come together. Therefore, we will develop our own literature and will hold our own conferences," unquote. Now, the archival material and the material interpretation refer to the techniques and principles employed in the design and presentation of theoretical conclusion. This seems fairly straightforward to formulate. However, Jyotirao Phule's literature and Satyashodhak movement that he laid has provided critical perspective and newer formulations, raising concerns about the nature of interpretation of the material. Phule's discourse challenged the material chosen to investigate the creative expressions and at a deeper level demanded reinterpretation of shared historiographic traditions that had established specific methodologies for the investigation. Such critical engagement with the archive in the Deccan opens a newer world for a researcher, a writer. The archive doesn't remain a physical property or an idea, but it becomes a provocation to imagine a different reality and newer world order. The lesson one learns from Fulle's engagement with the material and literary and historical culture is that the existence of the archive can manipulate history and historical processes. Conversely, the absence of archive can trigger the creative process for a newer world. Inspired by the absence of a certain archive in the history in the Deccan, I plotted the detective form of a play called Sada Sarvada Purvapar. The characters in it are in search of a missing play. The creative need is to reach out beyond documentary material evidence because there is no material available. Therefore, there is no evidence available. This raises a series of questions in my research and writing. First, is a writer able to develop a specific structure and characterization through the search of a missing archive? Second question, have a society remain oblivious to particular material that has disappeared, that has been silenced or pushed into the darkness in the history of Deccan? Third question, is it because society is not courageous enough to accommodate the fluid archive, as the same archive can be slapped in its face? And the fourth and last question is that has the creative process remained blindfolded to the intervention of the power play dynamic of an archive? Thank you.
Thank you, Ashutosh. So I'm sure we can take a few questions, that have popped up in the chat. But before we do that, I was just wondering if we can kind of have more of a conversation, right? I think sort of the power of this panel is to really bring in approaches across time, and also in a sense across different archival engagements. So Kurush, I want to begin with you, and I sort of don't really have answers to these questions. They're all just, ways of perhaps approaching this very vast region, which is that, with archaeology, oftentimes you're dealing with, remains, right? Built environments that sort of, in some fragmentary fashion remain. And they may be quite invisible, to the untrained eye in terms of reading that. So I imagine that, in terms of public engagement also, and I think this is part of the work that is happening in terms of how, with the archaeological digs you're involved in, but also with Live History India, you're narrating in some sense landscape. And is there a way in which, especially when it comes to the very, very sort of antique past, that you can sort of animate that landscape? And I ask this because of this obsession with absence, right? That I think a lot of us have, especially when it comes to archival questions, that is there a way to animate landscape that does not necessarily have, sort of a biographical element? So how do we narrate in a way that is engaging and present, right, through these material remains?
So I hope we have the next 2 or 3 hours to answer this. Thank you, Maya, for putting me on the spot. No pressure at all. Okay, to make it very simple, the human past is a man-land relationship. Okay, you cannot see one without the other. You have to see it in context. Archaeologists recreate the past based upon the remnants that we find in the present. So I keep telling people, archaeology is not a study of the past. It is a study of the past in the present. It's what we have available to us today. Material that has been archived over time and is available to us today that we use to recreate the past. So for all of us, I think most of us have used a jigsaw puzzle. So imagine I give you, a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle box, and then at random give you 100 fragments out of that and say, okay, tell me what it is. So that's essentially what archaeologists do. But within that, it is possible to recreate the landscape. There is archaeozoology that tells you what kind of animals existed then. From their remains, there is paleobotany and palynology, which tell you about the plantscape over there at that time. There's also geology and geoarchaeology and sedimentology, which once again tell you about what happened. So very often we can, in certain areas, tell you that there was a certain climate based on the kind of animal and plant remains that we have, which may or may not exist today. So in a lot of places, the climate has drastically changed. And today there may be a desert there, but we could tell you that there was, beautiful grasslands and lots of water and sedimentology. So all of this comes together in a very interesting way to recreate the past landscape. And without seeing the past landscape, you can't really understand what it is that we were doing there. And it is the landscape that we keep exploiting. If it's for stone tools or copper tools or bone tools or the materials with which we make our houses, our bullock carts, our animals, so on and so forth. So all the time, it is continuously a man-run relationship. So it is recreating the past. As I said, the data that we find is virtually an archive of the past.
Right. So, Kurush, I think maybe my question came across as too broad, but I was trying to say something like, the adjoining areas near the city of Mumbai, right, where a lot of your digs and such are located. Do you think it's important that those, sort of excavations be brought to life in sight, meaning that people be, in a sense, cued in or alerted to, the way in which it may not be obvious at first sight, but sort of through public engagement or otherwise, some narration happen, right, for this bringing that, the palimpsests of history kind of alive, to more.
So let me give you a couple of examples basically to illustrate this. It'll be easier that way. For a very, very long time, just outside the city of Mumbai, near Borivali, there was a small village called Eksar. And next to Eksar was a low mound on which there were some of the most amazing medieval memorials to the dead. And these were the dead heroes of an amazing battle that had been fought at sea. So there are these huge hero stones called the Eksar hero stones. And you have to understand them in the context of the battlefield of Eksar. Today, they are in the back of a high rise, completely cemented all around them with beautiful little tiles laid out and are being worshipped as Sat Asra. And you have to, threaten the watchman to give you access to what should be a very, very public piece of the history of Mumbai. Second example, if you ever going past the Johnson compound in Mahim, there is an Amba Mata temple outside. And the Amba Mata temple basically consists of one architectural member recovered from the Johnson compound when the foundations were being built. And the watchman over there said, okay, this is my retirement fund, and created a beautiful little temple to Amba Mata. It's something called a Kichaka. It's the top of a pillar. Now, interestingly, because Indian temples are kind of built like jigsaws, but very, very specifically in relation to each other, the pieces, I can, from that one fragment, tell you that there was a temple over there that rivaled the one at Ambarnath today, at Mahim. So it completely changes the history of Mahim, one single stone object. So, this suddenly becomes a much larger narrative that can be extrapolated from something so small. And then you start linking other pieces together. So you go to the Mahim police station, and in the pillars or the pilasters of the Mahim police station entrance are three beautiful sculptures of the Shilahara style, or Shilahara Yadava style as we call them, which were further fragments of the same temple. And then you realize that Mahim was the famous Mahikawati. And we now have an inscription from Devnar, which we found as part of our work and which we've published, which actually states that in the 14th century AD, there was a king who most Mumbaikars have no idea ever ruled over Mumbai, who ruled this entire region called Konkan Thane. Okay, his name was Hambir Rao. Okay, Maharaja Dhiraja Hambir Rao ruled Konkan Thane from his capital city of Mahim Bimbasthane, Mahim, the city of Bimba, thereby giving veracity to the claims of the oral history that there was a king called Bimba who set up a dynasty of his own and he ruled from Mahim. So this is the first actual evidence in writing. And it's in Marathi, mind you. Okay, and it's from Devnar, where he's giving a grant to somebody else. So, it's a very interesting jigsaw. And you take all these pieces together and you realize that Mahim was the capital city. It was an island. It was virtually an island fortress by itself. And Mahim port is where Mahim railway station sits today. And you would never go there and believe that there was a port over there, would you? So it's these little pieces that can be brought together to give you a bigger history.
Correct. Yeah. No,
And it's all in the narrative.
Right. And also maybe this is where, web archives and sort of the new platforms we're witnessing for public outreach, right, with history especially, are really necessary to precisely complicate our sense of the present day, right? Rochelle, the challenges you mentioned in terms of trying to sort of, I don't even know how people might do this. Rochelle, if you can also unmute yourself. And if I could ask the panelists, actually, Ashutosh also, and yeah, because as I said, this is really just by way of conversation. The kind of the need for collaboration, maybe in terms of not even, of course, state and public and those sorts of collaborations, but even linguistic collaboration, right? How does one assemble a team of people proficient across that many scripts to really, sort of tackle, an archival challenge, which sounds like, what you might have been up against. Rochelle?
Yeah. Actually, one is, any sort of comparative work that, we just don't have sufficient numbers of collaboration. So, as we were chatting just prior to the session, the one with Sanjay Subramaniam and Velcheru Narayana Rao, that really sort of, brought together various kinds of linguistic competencies and other kinds of specializations as well. And, particularly when working on the last book, I was, for instance, looking at histories of the Northeast, because that's where the Roman script is also used, right? And, once you begin to do that, you just wonder why there haven't been more conversations across these. And I think the tendency is that we all tend to speak to a certain kind of status norm, a normative sort of conception of what our histories are meant to look like, and then we plot them as deviations, whereas a more fruitful, it's not like these haven't been done, comparative accounts. They won't call them comparative accounts between the Konkan and the Deccan, but there are histories that are located, in that terrain. But partly it's because of, I think, the way in which we receive history as already chronologized into certain kinds of compartments, and we already receive them sort of as structured by particular norms. And it's only when you begin to find it difficult to tell a particular history normatively that you then begin to look elsewhere, and you find other sort of comparative possibilities.
Right. So there needs to be some sort of present day trigger that sort of makes people perhaps embark on these journeys, right? Ashutosh, for you, what was the trigger in that sense that made you want to return to the archives to, tell a story? You're still on mute, Ashutosh.
Actually, taking forward Rochelle's point, it's actually the histories are not chronological. I mean, that way, when you engage with history in a creative practice, So, and also one can break the boundaries of different linguistic identities. For instance, you can work with multiple languages at a time. It's not just Marathi, but also you work in Hindi, Gujarati, and also Kannada. In one of my earlier plays, I also worked in the Tamil Marathi language, because there is also a link of Maharashtra. This kind of historical also link with Tanjore. And you can see how Tanjore Marathi has evolved, and what you call the first play that was written by Raja of Tanjore was Lakshminarayan Kalyan. And it's written not in just Marathi, but it's also in Telugu, Tamil, and Marathi. So in a way, the idea of Deccan is actually, multilingual. It's at the core, it's multilingual.
Right.
It's quite difficult to separate. For me also, the way I grew up in Maharashtra, at a moment you are speaking Marathi, but immediately you can shift on to Kannada, and if you are in Bombay, you can easily move on to Gujarati and any other language. And Konkani is not also far from Marathi, because the Dashavatara traditions, or all performance traditions that evolve in throughout the centuries, they are not like just Marathi, they're not just Kannada, they are not Gujarati. So there is always a kind of debate around when you say that this is Marathi theater. History of Marathi theater is not purely of Marathi language. It's not just of one language, because their Marathis are also very diverse in form. And when you look at, say, for instance, when you look at form like Sangya Balya or form of the Shavtar from a Tamasha, actually there is a kind of easy mix. Now I think in the post 60s, when different nation states emerged in response to the language identities of each and every state, actually there is one kind of, later on different forms of theater making specific to particular language have evolved. But historically the process have been very, very multicultural and multidisciplinary as well. So I think Deccan is not just about theater, it's not just about dance, it's not just about literature. So when you are creating literature, you're also creating a performance. You're also creating a different narrative tradition. Yeah. So
no, absolutely. There was a comment in the chat from Nazia Akhtar, and she wrote that Dakhni poetry from the 16th and 17th centuries, from Bijapur and Golconda, already has a pronounced patriotism rooted in the geopolitical territory of the Deccan. And this is sort of what I also wanted to mention, right, which was that we obviously are seeing these archival spaces also as battlegrounds of nationalism and identity assertion and stuff. So when you have, for instance, and I'm going to take a very concrete example now, right, Kurush, Rochelle, anybody can jump in also, which is that when you have, let's say, like the attack that happened on Bhandarkar Oriental in Pune, led by the Sambhaji Sena, and these are acts of sort of silencing also, but also these are complicated spaces, right? Because in a way, yes, we also call archives as sort of these spaces of colonial authority and kind of structuring the narrative, right, in this very specific way. And the attack on these spaces might, seem like, wow, this is so, misthought, and it's such a sort of misjudgment of, what this place is. But in some strange way, it's an attack on history, right? It's the sort of wanting to unwrite, right, some sort of perception that you want to kind of control the record for. And so what does one make of a very strong populist desire to control this master narrative or fix it, right? Where somehow archives are maybe scary places that might have other telltale pieces of evidence.
So, Maya, basically the truth will not set you free. Okay, that's the way it works. The truth is often highly overrated, according to most of our political leaders and organizations. And one of the ways to become politically active is to be a rabble rouser. And we realize that this is a very viable route to political power. Now, that said, there is a lot of danger in historical archives for people like this, because as I said, the truth will not set them free, right? Let me give you a simple example. Let me really stick my neck out, since this is going to be on YouTube and I'll probably be lynched and it'll probably make the papers in 24 hours. If you actually put up a board on Raigad Fort of who controlled Raigad for how many years, you would realize that the Marathas controlled it for the least number of years. The Siddhi of Janjira actually held it longer than Shivaji Maharaj did. Oops. But do you think we can put up a board like that there today?
Well,
no, we
you can
can't.
put up a video on Live History India. I mean,
precisely. So what happens is that you have to choose your battlegrounds, and you have to choose a battleground which cannot be erased. Give you a simple example. At Shivneri, the Archaeological Survey of India put up a board saying, this is the great historical fort of Shivneri. This is the birthplace of Shivaji Maharaj. This fort was built by so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so. And people were terribly upset that this was not originally a Maratha fort. And how dare you say this? So what if it is? So 500 people came there and tore down the board for saying that this fort was not part of the Maratha territories and it was not a Maratha fort. But it's a matter of fact. But as the guard over there said, I'm not being paid to be martyred for archaeology. I have wife, children, family. If they want to break the board, I'll let them break the board. I'm not going to stop them. There's one of me with a danda and the 500 people. I'll even help them break the board, which is completely right. So the Archaeological Survey of India then said, okay, we stop putting up any other boards in Maharashtra.
Right.
Because you see, the problem here is very simply this: you can rabble rouse. And now with the University of WhatsApp and the Academy of Facebook and places like that, the kind of degrees that are being doled out to people who are experts in their so-called fields. I've heard some of the most ridiculous stuff, including the fact that all the soldiers in the Mughal armies are Muslims, where probably about 15% actually were, and that they were all left-handed. And that is why all the bastions lean towards the right in Maratha fort, so they could throw stones down at attacking soldiers who would then defend them with their left-handed swords. And their swords would be blunted by the time they actually assaulted the fortress. I mean, I couldn't stop laughing for a couple of days after that at the thought of, what kind of a soldier would be an idiot enough to not use a shield, but use a sword to play cricket or badminton with stones being hurled down at him. So, this is the kind of narrative, and then people believe this. This is the land of Bollywood. Mithun can hide behind a cycle when people are shooting at him. That's the stuff you want. You don't want the mundane, plodding. You don't want to hear that when, the team decoded the inscription from BRC at Devnar, they realized that there was Sanskrit in it, they realized that there was Farsi in it, and they realized that it was essentially Marathi, but that there were certain birudas of the king, which were definitely Kannada sounding.
Right.
And telling you that all these languages, as Ashutosh and Rochelle have said, are multiply playing a role. There is no one single defined government processed language.
Right.
There is no Puneri Marathi, and it's not defined between Statute 72 and 74 or something like that.
Right.
That there is an enormous amount of fluidity in history.
Exactly.
And you don't want that, no? You don't want that, because that takes away from your narrative of one people, one state, one country, one religion, one language.
Yeah, yeah. But that's why it's so important to be reminded of that fact, right? That it is multilingual and sort of mixed up in every way. Nazia, you've been making some fantastic comments in the chat box. I'm wondering if you'd like to unmute. Nazia's point while she unmutes was that in Dakhani poetry also, it talks about the Ganga Jamuna Tehzeeb. Why is there no Narmada Kaveri to be seen in the vicinity? Right. So is there another sort of counterpoint here, which is one of syncretic and, other stories that can be told to kind of make that tangle known, right? And not fixate on this. Nazia, would you like to unmute?
Hi. Yes,
Hi.
I think I have unmuted.
Yes.
I'm actually trying to post a question, but I'm not able to do that.
Go ahead and ask it. No problem. Yeah.
So my question is actually a request for more information about Dr. Dalal's work on food. So I'll be kind of shifting the discussion a little away, if that's okay. So I'm embarking on a project on cookbooks by Hyderabadis, particularly those written by women in Urdu and English in the 20th and 21st centuries. That's roughly my area. I work on Hyderabadi women's narratives in mostly Urdu. And what I find is that these Hyderabadi texts imagine, particularly those in English, the Urdu scene seems to be similar but different also, and I'm trying to see how that is. But these imagine Hyderabad and Hyderabadiness into existence, especially for a global or an international market. And princely or feudal nostalgia plays an important role here, which is probably also associated with the crisis in political identity after 1948, when Hyderabad became a part of India and then was broken up and so on. And of course, this understanding of cuisine practices its own kind of violence of class and caste. And globalization and the market, all of that plays an active role in this homogenization, marginalization of diverse and popular practices, processor technologies and so on. So I just wanted to know a little bit more about your research on food and cuisine in the context of the Deccan. And we can come back to the
I'm hogging the answer space. I'm sorry, Rochelle and Ashutosh. Okay. To put it very, very tightly, the entire history of food is actually an anthropology of food, purely because the custodians of food in India are women. And I'm not talking about the food of the royal courts, but I'm talking
Kurush, you might want to bring your microphone closer. Yeah.
I'm talking about the food of the day-to-day people. It is women who are their custodians. And sadly, most of these women do not have a voice outside their families. So it is amazing that you have these texts in Dakhni Urdu, or Dakhni as it's called, or Hyderabadi Urdu sometimes as it's called. And I would be very, very interested in knowing what you are doing, number one. Number two, essentially women do a bachelor's program in their mother's kitchens. To put it very simply, go on to do a master's with their mothers-in-law. And of course, there is a lot of faculty. So their grandmothers, aunts, elder sisters, and sisters-in-law while you're doing your bachelor's. And while you're doing a master's, there are other sisters-in-law and aunts-in-law and grandmothers-in-law and so on and so forth. You ultimately end up doing a PhD when you have your own kitchen with your own daughters and your own daughters-in-law, ably assisted, of course, by the other women members of your family. So it is only matriarchy, matriarchhood that really achieves a place where you can define yourself and leave behind your own stamp, which means that the authenticity of food changes with every single generation. And therefore, there is no authenticity of food. Food is a very flexible tradition. And I would love to see that in the books that you're looking at. Number one. Number two, the food of the Deccan is an imposed food when it comes to the food of Hyderabad. It is an imposed food from the north and from Persia, amalgamated with what is mainly available and can be grown in the Deccan. So there is a larger use of spices. Chilies penetrate the Deccani food far, far earlier, the Deccani Muslim food far earlier than they do the north. Potatoes become a part of it also. And the entire Colombian exchange is very, very easily embraced. Similarly, a lot of things are brought into the south, especially the use of wheat in a beautiful way, especially again two-pronged. So the approach is from north to south and from further northwest, as in from Persia. And there's continuous movement from Persia into the Deccan. Architecture, poetry, calligraphy, and all of these are, screaming out to us that this is happening. And there's a lot of trade happening and there are people moving up and down. So that is bringing into place. And there are a lot of local things that are being amalgamated. Local foods, customs and styles. Surprisingly, quite a few millets were a part of this diet, especially further down the rungs, but not so much in the upper echelons. And it is very interesting that most of the food of the period that you're talking about embraces rice as being a Southern Indian phenomena, where rice actually isn't. There was no rice in South India before the Iron Age. There was no rice in Tamil Nadu till 3,000 years ago. So if the Sangam is older than 3,000 years, it's telling a bunch of lies. So there's a lot of very interesting stuff like that. And there's a lot of use of sweet spices. There's a lot of use of sweetmeats. And there is a lot of massive Persian influence and tea drinking at a very, very early stage before tea drinking becomes popular thanks to the British. So there are very interesting tropes that get shattered when you look at the food of the Deccan. And I really hope that what you are looking at does that.
Maya, if I could just come in as a response to the earlier discussion about the attack on the Bhandarkar Institute. I think it's important to separate, say, what we do as history as a science, right? Which I don't mean a science so much as a discipline, right? Which is something that's necessary. History as something that is, say, a narrative, that has political connotations. And when we're thinking about that, we can't draw, too rigid a distinction between myth and legend and history. And I mean, in the realm of politics, there are ways in which progressive and democratic politics also lean on the use of signs, right? And they lean on the use of beliefs and legends about the self. So I think it's, maybe we need to think about how these beliefs that are not historical, so that are non-historical or that are ahistorical, what are the ways in which they engage with, say, languages of democracy, right? So for instance, I couldn't have imagined that, say, Bhima Koregaon would be interpreted in this way, right? Or that it could be recuperated as a sign for Dalit politics. So there is a way in which we know that what seems arbitrary from a historian's, from a disciplinary perspective, becomes possible in the realm of the political. right? So it may not adhere strictly to what our idea of, I would not be able to interpret history in that way. But in the realm of politics, many things are possible, right? And so what's interesting is, what do they do to the language of politics? In some ways, say with the attack on the Bhandarkar Institute, this is not the kind of politics we want to espouse. On the other hand, yeah, it does open up other possibilities that I may, as a historian, I may say, well, okay, this is not something I might stand by as a strictly historical interpretation, but I can see how it's opening up other kinds of spaces.
Right. No,
Yeah.
absolutely, absolutely. And this is why I think, Kurush, whether you're narrating through food or Ashutosh, you're doing it, in terms of reimagining sort of the history of, theater as well as in your own plays. There is a need to, perhaps tell these stories across, right, our known spaces, our familiar sort of spaces. And maybe it's even more engaging to look at these, sites for the symbols you speak of, Rochelle, the ones that have much more popular appeal, through which maybe there can be a deeper, engagement, across time. There is a question that also came up in the chat saying, where do we begin imagining Deccan if we're moving away from dynastic history and such, right? So
yeah,
this is, I think, a sort of good endpoint also for the panel to just rest on, which is that if we're thinking of it as a space of imagination, right, rather than just sort of, a sequence of chronologies and periods. How is
I wanted to just respond to that particular question, which is to say that we weren't really throwing out dynastic politics, but I was in a way saying that if I approach the Deccan from the perspective of literary history and from the perspective of Konkani, right, then I find multilinguality not as a sort of relativist, all languages are equal, but I find very different conceptions or very different conjunctions of language and power. So in some cases, it's a sort of cultural domain. In some others, it's a political domain. Or for instance, when I was talking about agrarian history, one could sort of conceive of, how is agrarian history imagined in the Deccan as opposed to how it narrates itself in the Konkan. So these are the other, so it's not about a sort of uniform multilinguality where all languages are equal and all languages are possible. Right, but about actually trying to identify different sorts of conjunctions of language with people, language with territory.
You're silent.
Sorry, the question of legitimacy, because I was looking at just language numbers, Rochelle, because Konkani has a very small sort of speaking population in the country, but Gondi, for instance, right, has a larger, speaking whatever group, and yet is not, or Milli for that matter. So in that sense, I think, we will need to curate in many other ways for our own sort of stories, power and, sort of these constituencies in a different sense. Siddharth, I didn't want to ignore your point. You were tipping your hat to Kurush's point that if we imagine history as a jigsaw puzzle, can we piece it together through curated heritage walks and other sort of, I guess, offline experiences? Siddharth, is what you were saying?
So yes,
yeah, go ahead, Siddharth, sorry.
It was basically just this idea of history as a jigsaw puzzle that is fascinating, and to reimagine a physical archive in a deconstructed format, almost like a jigsaw puzzle itself. And so what would be the challenges in doing that in an Indian city, for example?
Okay. So Siddharth, number one, the question that all historians need to ask first, and they need to ask this very strongly, is whose history is it? Okay, we have forgotten as academics that the social sciences are not the exalted compulsory constituents of existence. They are not like physics, chemistry, and biology. Okay, we need to be relevant, and to be relevant, the history has to be the history of the people, for the people, and well, it is by the people by default since it's history. That's number one. Number two, we need to look at history in much smaller bites than we're looking at it. You see, the history of India has been one sweeping history of a subcontinent, and we will have all the usual tropes about, oh, it's written by North Indians, oh, it's written by the British. Whoever writes it, Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire is in 3 massive volumes, and 99% of the world hasn't read it. Nobody really wants to read that detailed history, number one. And it is impossible to write the history of the Indian subcontinent in one volume. So what is the answer then? The answer is yes, one generalized sweeping history and a hell of a lot of very, very good stories. So history needs to be curated like everything else. History needs to be curated for children differently. It needs to be curated for young adults differently. It needs to be curated for historians differently. And more historians, more archaeologists, more anthropologists, more linguists need to come across to each other's, well, little jagirs, and to share data and to share knowledge over there. What has happened is academia is solely responsible for the kind of situation that exists today, because academia has created these sharp boundaries, these ivory towers, then we lock ourselves away and we do academia only for academics. There are hundreds of journals in which very tightly bound academic articles are published, and these journals are read by further academics, and the people are completely divorced from their past and their history. Then they will accept the narrative that is exposed to them by the political masses and classes. And remember, things are very, very classist and casteist in India. The reason why there are so many Gondi speakers and nobody knows about Gondi is because Gondi is spoken by tribals. End topic over there only. Konkani is still spoken by a lot of intellectuals. Okay, and that is why Konkani has some hope. And it's not a bad thing. It's not something to be ashamed of. It's a damn good thing. So we need different wars have to be fought using different tools on different battlefields. And we need to have a more subaltern approach to history. We need to talk about the history of individual spaces, individual monuments. You could spend a weekend in every single ward of Bombay and learn history differently. It's possible. Do you have the time for it? There are people who will curate it for you. So there are my crazy friends at Khaki Tours. They do a lot of it. We do some of it at the Asiatic Society of Mumbai's Mumbai Research Center. I mean, now the pandemic, of course, doesn't actually allow it to be done physically. There are people like Alisha Sariko to do it. There are people like Intac who do it.
Right.
But the audience is very, very small.
Right.
We haven't managed to reach the audience that we need to reach. And, we're always preaching to the choir, which doesn't really have the kind of impact that it should. So that's one of the realities.
Great. And this is why, one of the other comments in the chat, which is about the work of Manu Pillai and his most popular sort of books that have been coming up. Thoughts of panelists on this new trend of more popular public history?
You take this, Rochelle. I have very nasty things to say about populist history.
Popular or populist? I thought you were just advocating popular history.
Popular history is populist.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I have to say I haven't yet, I should have, but I haven't yet read Manu Pillai. So I can't, I don't have a blanket pronouncement on popular histories or on populist histories. It depends on each specific one. Some are less damaging than the others. But yeah, after what Kurush just said, I mean, we're scarcely in a position to, denounce popular histories. It's something that, many of us still learn to engage with. But, about this sort of sweeping denunciation of academics, I sort of completely agree about, the rarefied sort of space in which they function. But there are various other sectors of, our society, which in a sense should have been taking those journal articles and translating them. And let's also say, there are lots of people who are not doing their job. Right. Specifically, people who are supposed to be producing textbooks, right? Supposed to writing newspaper articles, etc. So,
no, and that's why we are very grateful to have Akara.
Maya, to just put it, as Rochelle was saying, there's a lot of people who are responsible. The most popular, most serious, most honored journal of archaeology in the United Kingdom has more non-professional archaeologists. Okay, or non-archaeologists subscribing to it than archaeologists. It's called Antiquity. And yeah, that's because the people are keeping a tab on their history and their archaeology, and they get very upset if the academics don't keep them, abreast of what is happening. So that's where the public is the watchdog, and that is what is needed. So just now, Sheffield University decided to close down its Department of Archaeology. The kind of noise, the kind of shitstorm that's been raised all over social media and everywhere else, and the petitions, Sheffield is probably going to wonder why it did that. It would have been easier for the reputation to just shut up and let the thing, the department die a quiet death instead of announcing it. So yes, Rochelle is completely right. Too many people have shirked their responsibilities. We're too busy living the middle class dream to bother about making sure that we prop it up properly.
Right.
There are so many populist historians who write very beautiful history. Forget populist historians. I keep telling people who like history to read Percival Spear's History of India alongside S.C. Roy's History of India for the same period. They're both talking about the period from 1857 to independence. They're both historians. They're both using the same facts. And they're both giving you two completely different narratives. And I've read those two, the tiny little books. I've read them side by side, laughing at Percival Spear's, English, and getting a little tongue-in-cheek about S.C. Roy's very proper use of the English language, very Bhadralok and all that. And at the same time, seeing the nationalist narrative versus the British narrative, and it's the same bloody facts, and they're saying completely different things.
Right.
So there is so much interpretation over here. And when there is so much scope for interpretation, there is that much more scope for misinterpretation.
True. One last question. It's the biggest question, but it's exactly about this sort of post-truth world in which we live, which is how do we deal with histories as now authenticating narratives, right? In a time of post-truth and fake news and whatnot.
How does one decide what is authentic and not?
So people look to the historians as being the guys who will be the fact checkers, right? And I think Kurush's point really sort of speaks to the fact that the public is the auditor, right? In every sense, it should be the larger public, which is the auditor. So I don't know, Ali Akbar, if that answers, your question in any way, but I really do appreciate this panel giving their very candid comments. And we're a little bit overshooting our time. So, I hope we've kind of addressed most of the comments in the chat and the questions. But really, thank you so much for what all three of you do. Ashutosh for Hakara, Rochelle for Access and Archive, and Kurush for being you, in every sense. And I think the whole point of this is just that there is a real need for web archiving, for all kinds of digital platforms to take this back to the people. And in every sense, this is the power of public history. And I hope we will all see a lot more good energy on that front. So thank you for your time and your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. Aparna. So sorry, you are of course free to stay. The next panel is on Urdu in Indian archives. And Aparna is going to moderate. So I'm going to ask her to check. Hello, Razak. Yeah. Hi. Razak, you are a co-host now?
No, I should just make him co-host.
Yeah, just, sorry, Farah. So Farah, Razak and Mehtab should be in the room. I hope Mehtab is.
I don't see.
I don't see him either, but very soon. Razak, if you just want to do a quick tech check for your PowerPoint, and we should be good for the next panel.
Razak, can I say the world is really small?
Yeah. I have to say the same thing to Razak.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see if I can share my. How do I share this thing? Just go on share screen?
Yeah, you go to the button, click the screen.
Okay. Are you able to see my screen now? Okay, great.
All well.
You can unshare.
Okay.
Go on top.
Oh, yeah. Stop sharing. Okay, great.
So we'll wait for Mehtab. Is he there?
I'll
So
just
Razak, the
Yes.
feminist collective, that the psychoanalysis group.
Yes,
And
of course.
I'm
Of
Zara's
course, we
friend.
were. Yes, of course, we were able to join us for Zara's presentation.
Yeah,
Yes.
I hope to join now. It's summer break, so I'll come.
Yeah. We are trying to get more South Asianists. It's a transnational group, but I think more people from South Asia.
Just to wait a little early.
Yeah.
You know, like 10:30 is late for me.
Yeah. Unfortunately, because people are like in Israel and Latin America, we have to sort of agree to a very middle time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. These are the possibilities and peril of digital connectivity.
I know. So I was thrilled to see your name on the panel. And then I kept thinking, then once you switched on your video, I was like, oh, he's the same person. So you're working on Abid Hussein's biography.
Yes, that's my habilitation project, but today I'll be talking about my PhD work. Yeah. Which was on Rampur. Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Aparna, I'm calling him.
Okay, you calling Mehtab?
Yeah.
I have a question for the collective, Professor Vedic. It seems you're part of. While we wait for Mehtab, is this collective effort also about South Asian archives outside of South Asia?
Yes,
so,
absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, because there's a similar approach to archive in Germany, looking at South Asia, but through German archives. And we've had one, this is what my postdoctoral work is. And we've been thinking about looking at our ideas of nation and the archives outside of nation. And some of the discussion that you were having in the past panel made me think of it, which was an excellent discussion.
Yeah, so like yesterday or day before, we had this panel with two people from, one from Lahore, one from Karachi, one from Sri Lanka, Nepal. So, and we have people from countries also who may not have South Asia collections, but still are archivists involved with, conversations about archives. So definitely we can have them on board next year when we can, or in winter maybe, whenever we have the next session.
Yeah, there's this project called Modern Indian German Archive, which is sort of looking at South Asianist material in German archives.
Yeah, that'll be nice. That'll be nice.
Yeah, I think Maya is waiting, it seems.
Yeah, no, actually, Mehtab is using my link. I'll just ask him. He lost the link, so just a second.
Okay. Yeah, you can just rename him.
Yeah, and then let him join first. One second. Hello, Mehtab. Mehtab. Acha. If you could just rename yourself, you would just click. Hello, Mehtab.
He has not joined the audio. Now he has.
I see. Okay, because I know it'll be very confusing to see two of me. So yeah.
Yeah. Now he has.
Okay, I'm unable to do it, but if you can rename him.
So he can.
I will just rename him.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I think he might want to be renamed. आप अपना video on कर लीजिए. And yeah, audio. Okay.
So we start whenever, Maya, you tell us to start.
In a minute? 4:30?
Okay.
Mehtab, you want to check your audio just a second?
Sure.
Yeah, all well. Okay. Great. Aparna, you're fine also? Huh?
Yeah. So as you can see, we do everything by ourselves over here. There is no subaltern labor available for us to exploit.
Okay, Aparna, it's 4:30 now. Yeah.
हाँ, so शुरू करते हैं फिर हम लोग, हाँ. So if somebody, I can do the translation, but if somebody, we thought we could switch back and forth into Hindustani.
Yeah, I'll.
So just any brave heart in the Milli collective who wants to start translating can do that for everybody. Okay, so welcome everyone. And today this panel is on Urdu collections, Urdu archival collections in different places. So we have two speakers today with us, Mehtab Alam and Razak Khan. So what I'll do is, sorry, my tea has come in the middle of while I'm talking. So I will first introduce Mehtab, and he can take 10-15 minutes to talk, and then I will introduce Razak, and then he can speak, and then we can have a conversation. Yeah, does this format work? Okay, so Mehtab Alam is a Delhi-based multilingual journalist, podcaster, and researcher with an experience of over a decade of regular writing in English, Urdu, and Hindi. He writes on issues related to politics, law, literature, media, and human rights. He has worked with several media organizations, both as a reporter as well as an editor. Mehtab was the founding executive editor of the Wire Urdu and is presently working as a contributing writer to BBC Urdu, The Independent Urdu, and Inqilab Urdu Daily. Apart from his journalistic work, he is currently co-editing a forthcoming book on the history and legacy of Jamia Millia Islamia. Now, today he's going to be telling us about the digital archives of Rekhta Foundation. Although he's going to speak about it, I still wanted to introduce Rekhta because most of us know Rekhta by the festival that they organize everywhere, Jashn Rekhta. That's how we know about it. Very few of us actually know that they have they have been building an Urdu manuscript archive. So Mehtab is going to be talking about that. So I think I'll stop here and I'll give it over to Mehtab. Yeah.
Shukriya, Aparna, Maya, and the organizers for having me here. Let me start with this disclaimer that unlike my co-panelist, Dr. Khan, and most of the people who've been part of this discussion and the week, I'm not a scholar. I'm a journalist who write in Urdu and on Urdu in English. And in this process, I have come across with some of the archives which are not very popular or known to most of us. So I'll be essentially talking about that. I'll be focusing, as Aparna mentioned, that digital archives of Rekhta Foundation. I'm sure most of you must be aware of the Rekhta Foundation. It is known for its annual Urdu festival called Jashn Rekhta. It is also known for popularizing Urdu poetry, essentially, especially through its website and social media platforms in Devanagari, Roman, as well as in Urdu script. But what is not known and what is not very known, I would say widely known, is the archives they have built, archives Urdu manuscripts they have built over a period of time. Started in or launched, in fact, launched in 2013. Rekhta Foundation is a private owned, or say it's a foundation by an industrialist named Sanjeev Saraf. He is also running another website called Manupatra. If you are interested in law, or if you it's a website where case laws or judgments are available. So Manupatra is also his initiative. So this and to me, while I acknowledge that a program or say initiative or annual festival like Rekhta, or teaching Urdu by a program called Amujesh on, and these things are very important work done by Rekhta Foundation. But to me personally, and Rekhta's biggest and the most important work is the archival work, or the work of preservation of say Urdu manuscript, and digitalizing them are the most important work. I don't know why even they don't talk about it, and they don't give it too much importance. It is very clearly clear if you go on their website. It shows the priority. It is on the say bottom. Until unless you are very eager to know about books and Urdu books and Urdu manuscripts, it is likely you won't come to know about it. Similarly, let me try to share the website if I can share. Just a second, give me a second.
Would you like me to pull up the screen?
Yes, please.
I'll do so. Yeah.
So their work in the field of digitalizing, preserving, and archiving Urdu the script, Urdu manuscript is very significant. This is also significant because because of the state of Urdu libraries in India, especially in northern India. Most of the and this is also linked with the decline of Urdu in India, especially in northern India. In the discussion, we'll briefly talk about decline of Urdu, maybe, and how it is linked with the libraries. So, and decline of Urdu is also linked with the decline of libraries, and how Urdu libraries are vanishing. So recently, we read a research paper or research article by D. Bio about Anjuman al-Islam Library, Islah Library in Nalanda, Bihar. It is famously known as Desna Library. Dr. Khan will be talking about Rampur Library, Rampur Raza Library, and others library in Rampur, and their state of affairs. But I must tell you, it's not about just Desna Library or say Rampur Raza Library or the Solat Library in Rampur. I have seen the state of affairs in Urdu libraries in Ranchi, in say Madhubani, in Hyderabad and other places. Hence, it is important to say digitalize and archive and preserve these manuscripts, which are not even not available in libraries. So, in terms of in terms of say numbers, they have archived archived 76,000, more than 76,000 Urdu manuscript, and this they have done just in a period of say 10 years. It was officially launched in 2013, but the work I believe and I'm told that was going on before the launch. So in just a period of say 10 years, they have been able to archive and they have been able to say digitalize 76,000, more than 76,000 books, magazines of not just Urdu literature or poetry or say short stories, but of different say subjects. I'll be talking about them. And in doing so, what they have done is they have collected books or digitalized books from different libraries in India. They have digitalized libraries from Delhi, from Aligarh, from Rampur, from Hyderabad, from Azamgarh. So several places. So that is another thing. And so can we have the website again?
Yeah.
Sorry. So as you saw, and one of the problems generally the users face is since these manuscripts are not marked as or listed as archives, people don't know these are archives. So they are listed as ebooks, and it is here. It is here. If you click the ebooks, you'll find it. And the ebook thing will only come once you go on the more part. Otherwise, you will only see poets share dictionary. So that way people are not able to see. Now if you and according to Dr. Abdul Subhan, who has Abdul Samad, who has catalogued all these books of Rekhta, which are preserved or which are digitalized by Rekhta, they started with just 11 books, and now they have 76,000 plus books. And as far as in terms of subjects and themes of these Urdu books or Urdu manuscripts they are on history, economics, medicine, law, geography, music, linguistics, science, education, journalism, research, literary research and criticism. These books are available on these subjects. In terms of, if we talk numbers, if you see the numbers, at least nearly 500 books of short stories are available, and 500 books. Similarly, 1,700 manuscripts of literary criticism are available on rekhta.org. Similarly, 500 plus translations from English, from Persian, from Arabic, from say German. These books are available. I remember when I was working on this, I was researching about Jamia Maktaba, which is still one of the largest Urdu publications in India, and it was founded in 1921, and it is sort of public a publishing division of Jamia Millia Islamia, and much like Oxford University Press, or say Oxford University Press or Cambridge University Press, some of the books which are not even available in Jamia library are available here on Rekhta Foundation. And some of the books are not available, published by Maktaba, is also not available because there was an arson just after the partition, and Maktaba, which was situated then in Karol Bagh in Delhi, was burnt down. So manuscripts were lost. So that is similarly, and I similarly say the golden jubilee number of Jamia, when Jamia celebrated golden jubilee, it is not available, but it is available here on Rekhta and other places. So that is another thing. So indexes are available, 200 manuscripts related to children literature. Children literature, there has been a tradition of children literature, Adabat Atfal, which is vanishing, but at least 200 manuscripts are available on its website. Similarly, there is a small section of letters, not just letters of Ghalib and Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, but other scholars, other writers are also available. Similarly, at least 200 more than 200 books, manuscripts, Urdu books are available on medicine. There is a small section of banned books also, which were banned. Now they are not banned, but they were banned. Books of, they include books of Manto, Sajjad Zahir, Premchand. Premchand's Soze Watan was banned. And then he used to write his name. He adopted the pen name of Soze Watan. Earlier he was known as Dhanpat Rai. So Soze Watan is one of his earlier writings, and it's because of this book he has to change his name, because there was a condition that this was during colonial period, and he was asked that he has to stop writing. So Premchand said that is not possible, and that's why he changed his name from Dhanpat Rai to Premchand. It's a very interesting story. It's a part of the biography of Premchand written by his grandson. I have also written a piece in The Wire about the demise of Dhanpat Rai and the birth of Premchand. So that is also there. 1,600, more than 1,600 books of history are available on its on the website. So a range of books of different subjects are available on it. And recently they have also started Hindi and English books, but it's mainly Urdu manuscript. And as you can see, these books are available. One of the most important, say, collections, I would say, are available on the website is the, say, publications or the manuscript or the books published by Nawal Kishore, Munshi Nawal Kishore Press. So there is a section which is buried again, if you go to the list, just list, it is you can see. So there are more than 1,500 manuscripts which were published by Nawal Kishore Press, and they were published both from Lucknow and Lahore. are available. So, and they are from say 1621, 16. So of that period, these books are available. So this is and why to me why this is important, that here and books like say we all know about the contribution of say Maulana Azad and his literary work and other things. But one of the things which is not talk about Maulana Azad, or one of the work of Maulana Azad which is not talk about his speech in Kolkata court, which he gave when he was charged with sedition. He was charged with sedition. So and that book is also available here. That book is called Qawle Faisal. And so those kind of books are available here. The problem, and why it is important, that's not that only Rekhta Foundation is doing say digitalizing Urdu manuscripts, but there are other initiatives. There are individual initiatives. I know of few friends who have been archiving Urdu manuscripts or old books, which are generally not available. And a friend of mine who is Hyderabad based, he has been archiving Urdu manuscript at archive.org. So there he has archived books like, so I was not aware of, and so like the translation of Sherlock Holmes books are not available in Urdu market. But they have been translation, and these are available there, and he's been able to say archive these. Why it is important, especially in the context of Urdu, I think one is that Urdu manuscripts are not preserved the way it should be preserved. Dr. Khan will be talking about, and he will you'll see what is during his presentation. You'll see what is the state of affairs. I was talking about Mukarram, and he's been able to say archive more than 300 books, and you can see books which are not generally available, or say magazines which are not. What I forgot to mention is that on rekhta.org, more than 2,000 Urdu magazines or risalas are also archived or digitalized, and which are not generally available or vanishing day by day. In this, so I was saying that Rekhta is not only. The other day I was listening on this forum only from Pakistan, Mushfiq Raza library, if I remember correctly. They have been doing the work of digitalization on a huge scale. Similarly, some other organizations are also doing. But what I found, I think, until today is interesting is and which is unique about Rekhta's work is, as of now, it is available to general people, and one can directly access it, which is not the case in the case of, say, endangered manuscript, Urdu manuscript at, say, British Library or other other websites. So this is something significant. But what I also fear, and this is this is something I was discussing with Dr. Khan, that we see this is going to be this is going to change soon. Sorry, because earlier in order to access these books, you need not to register on Rekhta website. But now, if you have not registered, you cannot access beyond 5 pages. So we see that in future they might say start charging, or they might start charging for membership. So that is a point of concern, and that's where I think Dr. Khan I think will be talking about the perils of digitalization in his presentation. So I think I will stop here. I don't know how useful I was, but I'll stop here, and maybe in discussion I'll add something, if and I'll be happy to answer questions.
It was very, very, very useful, Mehta. I had no idea, and now I'm regretting that there was one student who came to interview with us, and we were like, "Where are your sources?" And the person had said, "Rekhta Library, the Rekhta," and all of us condescended. We were like, "What is there on Rekhta for you to?" And now I'm looking back, thinking about that, and I was like, "Oh gosh, there is so much material there. We had no idea." So, and so it's invaluable. Thank you, really. It's opened up a whole new, and I wish you would do an article in Wire about this collection.
I'll do.
Coming up with this topic, like maybe you and Raza together and do a piece on this.
Yeah.
Just get the information out there.
Yeah. So I and Razak and I were discussing that this is our initial discussion. Today we are starting a discussion about Urdu across archives in India, and we'll take it forward. So in coming days and months, you'll see things coming up. So thanks for initiating this, helping us to initiate this discussion.
Most welcome, most welcome. Okay, so what I'm going to do is introduce Razak Khan, and then we come back and discuss again. We come back and we'll have a Q&A, and let me just put a pin on Razak. Now, okay, so Razak Khan is a research fellow at the Center for Modern Indian Studies, University of Göttingen. He is interested in local and global histories of Urdu public cultures and archives. He is currently working on an intellectual biography of Syed Abid Hussain and connected histories of German and Urdu translation. And by the way, if you don't know, he runs an underground psychoanalysis group also. Yeah. He has edited special issues of the Journal of the Economic and Social History of the Orient and the Comparative Studies in South Asia, Africa, and Middle East. He has also edited the Incomparable Festival by Mir Yar Ali Jan Sahib for Penguin India Classic. His book, Minority Pasts, Locality, Emotions, and Belonging in Rampur, is forthcoming from Oxford University Press. So today, he's already put up his, his PowerPoint for you. So in his presentation, he will map the historical and contemporary landscape of Urdu manuscript and archival presentation between Rampur Raza Library, Solat Public Library, and private collections between Rampur and Karachi. So quite a wide span. And he'll be talking about digitization and community participation along with academic interventions. So over to you, Razak. You have about 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Take your time. I'm sure you need that kind of time, and we have the time today. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Vaidik and Mehtab Saab, for setting the introduction to this. What I would say is not just an archival question, but what might more productively be seen also as a political question. Because eventually archives are not just about past, they're also about the present and possible future imagination. So I'm here thinking of archives as imaginaries, of which not just looks at the past, but have a potentiality for future. And in that sense, I'm interested in thinking about emotion that are normally seen as nostalgic or melancholic. Given Professor Vedic has outed me as a wannabe psychoanalyst, I think there's some insight that we can get by looking at the emotions around archives, and therefore I decided to use the title of Anita Desai's very insightful novel about Urdu in custody, which in Urdu translates or was rendered translate in terms of hifazat. And I've written a bit about this concept of hifazat, which is both an argument of preservation, but also a form of control. So therefore, in custody, in that sense, is a very psychoanalytical concept to think about state of Urdu, not just in terms of marginalization discourse or ghettoization discourse, but what might we think of the relationship of Urdu both with majority and minority, which is in some way a relationship of fetish. Now, fetish is equally exciting in psychoanalytical terms, but also deeply, they also erase. They don't render the subject visible. So I'm here thinking of what are ways in which we can think about this great fascination, love, allure for Urdu, and yet a complete abandonment, as it were, of this language. And what are ways in which both these approaches of love and abandonment with Urdu actually does not let us see what is happening with Urdu as we speak. So I want to move beyond this discourse of Urdu's decline and rather look at contemporary Urdu's reality in a class caste perspective too. What is it that we want to preserve? What is it that has changed and can't be preserved and needs to be in fact acknowledged? And I want to do it by looking at move from the digital to the princely past of Urdu, its elite aristocratic origin. So let me begin with my first slide. If I can move. Let's see. Yeah. So I want to begin with Rampur Raza Library. Am I audible at this stage?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah. Okay. So Rampur Raza Library owes its origin, in fact, to a private collection of Nawab Faizullah Khan, who sort of started as the creator of the Rampur Principality in wake of the Anglo-Rohilla War in 1774. So this is an important point to know, that a lot of the library's origins are in fact on exclusionary private collection. But that kind of reading and research on the cultural capital of books, manuscript in Mughal collection has not been done. Manuscripts are often read for philological or textual evidence, but we don't have, if one could call it, a historical anthropology of book or manuscript in the late Mughal or early modern culture. And Rampur Raza Library is one example, but not the only example. If you look interestingly, the other major libraries in the Tonk state now preserved as a Persian Research Institute. So the Rampur Raza Library has its origin in private collection, but of course, over a period of colonial duration, it is sort of turned into a public institution slightly, slowly, and gradual speed, as in the colonial system, it acquired a particular cultural currency. And I'm here thinking about particularly the role of Nawab Hamid Ali Khan, about who is a major character in my book, and how he sort of goes about using this library personal collection into a public resource of legitimacy. Hamid Ali Khan had in fact visited Oxford Bodleian Library during his world tour and had a sense of how this particular private collection can have larger social capital. He did the same in terms of his work on music. Rampur is also a center of music, and how he sort of allowed the Rampur musical collection, in particular the Ragmala painting and other key classical texts, including notations by his own musician at the court. This is a history that is ignored on the work on Hinduization of music in colonial India. In fact, all the major Hindu scholars, including Bhattacharya and others, had to come to Rampur Raza Library to get access to these manuscripts. So it is important at this stage to point that the collection is not just in Arabic, Persian, and Urdu, including a very interesting collection on Pashto, a language that has been marginalized from Indian history, but is in fact quite central to 18th century Rohilla collection, including the collection of Najibullah family, which is now partly preserved in the Aligarh Muslim University Library. So multilingualism, different approaches, different territoriality that were sort of collected through manuscript collection work done by Nawabs of Rampur during their global visit, including by Nawab Kalbe Ali Khan, who collected manuscript during his visit in during Hajj, but also from Palestine, Iraq, and various other places. So every year, oftentimes I receive this email from an Arabic philology student who are looking for a manuscript on Yemeni's medical treatise, and often the copy is found to be in Rampur Raza library. And I suppose my name shows up if you search for that. And I have answered a lot of queries of scholars who are completely shocked why there is manuscript from Yemen in Rampur. So these are geographies of manuscript that are beyond and before nation state. That's one. But nation state is, of course, the marker of archival imagination now. And here you can see Rampur Raza Library being preceded by Bharat Sarkar, or Government of India. This is, of course, the project of nationalization of Rampur Raza Library, which is also a very interesting point because the debate was after integration of princely state. Remember, this is a historiography that ignores princely state in building initial archival collection. Think of the early archives in colonial India. They're often in princely state. I mean, you're also thinking of Bikaner State Archive, for example, as well as Hyderabad, Bhopal, Rampur being some of those. So that's one. There's a very interesting file in National Archives of India about a debate about, well, there's also another library that I wanted to talk about, and I'll come back to it. So apart from the princely library, there's also a public library started by Rampuri, Solid Public Library, and this happens to be in a very bad state. I've written about it in a previous article, talking about its missing wall, which has fallen because of lack of support to library preservation, and its own internal politics, where the internal ministerial tussle doesn't allow for any project of digitization or preservation. This, of course, brings us to the point of where are these books safe? Is it in the domain of National Archives of India, which, as we now know, is also in not a good custody, and we don't know what will it happen to its own existence. But what I also wanted to say was this debate about where is the place of Urdu in national imagination. And I came across this debate about where is the place for major rare manuscript and painting of Rampur Raza Library, which were transferred to the National Museum and National Archives. And it's a very interesting debate where the argument is that this belongs to the nation and not to a small town. Okay, I want to move at this stage to think about how is Urdu manuscripts are being sort of looked at in contemporary landscape of culture. This is important because Urdu is not just a question of historicity, it's also for various reasons exists in India, and I think partly because of the fetishist nature in which Urdu finds itself as a carrier of a particular cultural heritage. And institutions like INTAC, but also National Association for Advancement Promotion of Urdu, as well as if different institutions like Aga Khan Foundation have taken interest. But in this particular secularized discourse, the idea, of course, is to sort of embrace Urdu in its secular romantic tradition, which I think sometimes misses the reality of Urdu. Urdu is perhaps has changed into also, and perhaps change is not the correct word. It has always existed alongside a domain of religiosity or spirituality. Here you see an example of Khan Ka Madrasa, Madrasa Furqani in Rampur, managed by Shahidullah Khan Sahab, whom here would be seen as the Sajjada Nashi or Maulana of a Madrasa, but who is also a trained historian who maintains his own personal library and the Madrasa library, which was one of the major source of my research, which is not just based on the Rampur Raza library or Salat Public Library. What I found most useful was to enter the domain of social life of text. And this is an important point to think about Urdu. Historically, Urdu texts have often circulated as familial artifacts. So family history and personal collection become very important. And I've written about this Madrasa journal as a very important site of historical preservation, something that a lot of scholars will not sort of engage with because it is seen as part of a more religious domain of Urdu. But the fact of the matter is that Urdu in contemporary time is often spoken and sort of advanced by a lot of madrasa students who interestingly don't just write on religious aspects. They write all kind of poetry, they participate in all kind of other activities. In fact, if you were to go to Rampur Raza library, apart from visiting foreign scholars, a consistent feature would be madrasa student from Deoband, from Lucknow. And in a dream world, I would like to write about the social life of knowledge in library, which I think would be very interesting to think about. What does it mean? What is the social space of a library in a small town? How there's a lot of work on vernacular among historians, but I think this element of the vernacular and the provincial and the social life of knowledge needs further elaboration. At this stage, the mention of Khuda Bakhsh Library would be appropriate. Again, a small town library with a long history, but meted out a very sad state of affair as we speak. And hopefully people will sort of mobilize, not just for preservation, but also to engage with the history of these small towns. I may at this stage also point that the Naval Kishore Press collection, which has been studied and recognized as an important source, is in fact based, a lot of it is based on the Rampur Raza library collection and access provided to the original manuscript, which were then published by the Naval Kishore Press. Okay. I want to move from this internal history of Rampur and its collection, and we can talk more about what is there. It's a whole different kind of material, including a very rich material on music. Muslim princely states are normally now not seen for their engagement with Hindustani music, but indeed they were the site and the major gharanas of music, Rampur Sahaswan Gharana being one of the most important examples. And these archives survive not just in India, but also outside of the national framework. So I'm here thinking about the Lutfullah archive in Karachi, which is one of the biggest private collection of audio recordings. And it has some really rare and interesting audio recording of the Rampur Sahaswan musicians. And there's a very interesting, I've been in touch with some of the Rampuri descendants in Karachi, including the author Kamila Shamshi, whose grandmother was from Rampur. And this very interesting familial collection that survives in Karachi, divest of its original location. And there's effort to sort of revive this through publishing family material. In fact, she has written a wonderful article on the letter of Rampur's Queen Begum, written to her sister in Karachi, and what does that letter mean in a familial setup. It's published by Met, and it's called, I think, The Art of Words. What is the social life of Urdu in familial structure where people or third generation doesn't speak Urdu? And Tamila writes about her own private journey to discover the Rampuri history within her family. Okay, so this is an argument of thinking outside of nation format. It's in this direction that I think organizations like Rekhta are important, because through the space of digital, they open up the landscape and the territory to not just linguistic boundary, but also national boundaries. So I suppose it does open up access to material that otherwise will not be possible for scholars outside of India who can't visit. For example, Pasha Khan has written a wonderful book on Dastan tradition, but he couldn't visit Rampur, and we were in touch. And I think initiative like digital can allow those kind of perils. I, for example, have not visited Karachi, but it's only through this digital connection of Lutfullah Khan that I was able to start imagining and write a history of Rampur outside of Rampur, through the outside of national boundary, as it were. Okay, But I suppose the peril of digitization is, again, whom does it make it accessible to? What are practices of digitization that does not allow itself to be rooted in community participation? Yeah. So while the manuscript may be preserved and rendered safe on the digital platform, not everybody would have access to computer or high-speed internet. And the perils of future monetization should not be ignored either. So I suppose the important task would be, how might we imagine a digitization project which is necessary, but what are ways in which we can situate it in community participation? Yeah. So I'm thinking of what are ways in which a madrasa and Rekhta can exist, not as opposite, but in a participatory model. And I think this would be important, what are ways in which Rekhta, for example, can move outside of its Delhi festival circuit to in fact hosting some of these events in small towns, which is where I think the non-elite form of Urdus are developing and are important to be tapped. And I'm thinking of, is there such a possibility possible of in places like, Rampur or Muradabad or other small towns, Badayun, where in fact some of the more prolific writings are happening. Okay. One possibility of that would be to think of translation as archive. And it's in that context that, I decided, alongside with my more equipped translator friend, colleague, Shad Naveed at Ambedkar University, to translate a manuscript, a lesser known manuscript, lesser known to English audience, I might add. It's a very important Urdu manuscript, one of the last major Rekhti texts written by Mir Ali Jan Sahab in Rampur Raza library. And I always thought this was a very fascinating text. It circulates, it has great historical value, not just because it's a versified description of important poets, but it also includes their sketches. So including, this is one of the only rare image of Mir Ali Jan Sahab. The text is about a festival that took place. Talking of history of literary festival, Rampur had its own literary cultural festival, which was started in 1866 in Rampur by Nawab Kalbi Ali Khan, and invited all kind of Dastan Go, Rekhti Goes, and we have sort of now also adopted this text as a performance text to revive Rekhti Goi performances. And Fawzia Dastan Go will perform this text next week at an event. What I wanted to say through that is, what are ways in which this vernacular text can be rendered through different technologies that are available to us to a wider audience, in which the task should not be to render the vernacular into English, but something that in fact allows us to look at the limit of English academic knowledge and the need to engage with the vernacular as not just an archive, but also a conceptual framework. And this is one model which I thought was important and necessary, but translation should also be from the other side. And it's in that context that I think translation between and across languages might be one way to open up these archives of vernacularity into a global framework. So I think I'll stop at that, and I'm happy to have some questions and looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Razak. That was beautiful. Lots of food for thought. So I'm going to... Okay, so members of the audience, please feel free to put your questions into the chat box. Or, if you put an exclamation mark, I can call on you and you can, unmute and ask your own question. So we can do either. And we have about till 5:45. So we have time to chat. Now, since there are no questions right away, I had some and I want to really ask them. So, so my first question to you was, Mehtab, how did Rekhta source this material? And how is your friend, the one who's uploading stuff on archive.org, how is the material being sourced? What's the logic of sourcing? And what is the logic of classification? उसको वेबसाइट पे चढ़ाने का कोई तो क्लासिफाई कैसे करते हैं कि ये मटेरियल यूं जाएगा, ये ऐसे जाएगा?
To be honest, I don't know. I don't have clear answer of it, because I was not able to explore it, though I wanted, because what I found as a user on Rekhta website is, until unless you know the know someone's name, author's name, it is very difficult to access there. So as of now, what they have done is just classified as in terms of, say, subjects. In the last 15 days, I tried speaking to some of the people at Rekhta, but as Dr. Khan was talking about perils of digitalization, they are not very open to talk. So they are putting me through a PR person who is responsible for PR there. So I have tried twice, thrice, earlier also when I was working with the Wire Urdu. So they are not very open about it. So maybe after the pandemic, I would like to go there, because as of now, the office is also closed. And after that, I would like to go there and see what is there. So that is a problem. As far as my friend is concerned, he does not have any say planned kind of thing. So he is someone who is interested in archiving, who is running a very useful website called tamirnews.com. It's essentially a socio-cultural website in Urdu. And what he's been doing, that if someone, say someone died, a famous poet writer, what he'll do, he somehow able to access their books which are not in the market and put. I was discussing this with Maya, and I wanted to have him on this panel, because he'll be in a better position to talk about it. But the problem is he has some hearing problem. In the words of say Mustafa Hussain, he's Bharat Sarkar, जो ऊंचा सुनते हैं. I remember. So that's why. But I think I'll send him a questionnaire and I'll ask these questions.
Okay, shukriya. So
just one thing I wanted to add. It was interesting. Dr. Khan was talking about madrasas and their libraries. That is something totally unexplored, because every madrasa, small or big, would have, say, a library, not just Islamic books, but other books also. Here, one library where I want to go, and I'm very keen to go, because this is Devan Library, which is 150 years old. And I'm told that they are preserving some 1,500 rare manuscripts, and some of them are 800 years old. So, and they are building a new, constructing a new building also. So once this COVID is over, or the situation is slightly better, I would like to go there and explore.
So I can share with you, I've used the Deoband library.
Okay, good. Yeah, and to talk about it.
And I found books, like there was this one convict who was taken to Andamans, and he was a Wahhabi. And he was living there, and he wrote a book, Sazai Kalapani. And that book was brought back by his son and published in India, but not available anywhere. So actually in Deoband, I was able to find not only the book that was published in India, but post-independence, there was a copy that was published in Pakistan also. So the Deoband library is so rich that I found the one published in Pakistan also there. So a very, very rich library that way. Yeah. So my question to you, Razak, was, when you talked about the effective archive, I was like so happy that at least someone talked about it. Yeah, and it's something that some of us have been talking about, especially when the archive has ephemera or even documents, even paper documents have, an effective dimension to them. Like, I remember seeing these old passports, which had India and Pakistan, in the early decade, in the 60s, till the time things hadn't become that bad. There were these Pakistan and India passports. So those are invalid now, but many families have held on to them. Yeah, because those have an effective meaning. So, so my question to you was, does the act of archiving flatten out the affective range? And if, how to hold on to that in the act of archiving also? कि आर्काइव भी हो जाए, उसके साथ जो सेंसिबिलिटी और इमोशन जुड़ा है, उसको कैसे आर्काइव करते हैं? What would be the process?
Okay, so I had started thinking about the idea of affect and archive when I was doing stuff on looking at history of emotions perspective. And I thought that within the history of emotion, the subject of emotion remains the human, and the ephemeral and the material or non-human is rendered invisible or rendered textual. Now, a non-emotion, and people have written about boredom in archive, like, how documentation, sitting in National Archive, sweating and dealing with monkeys are all kind of emotion, and inability to find a document, the return of Andy, they're all sort of emotion that the historian bears because of these visible or invisible documents. So archives are extremely charged space. Yeah. So that's one. So one would be to think about any project or even a desire for archiving itself as a particular aspect. So we have to start thinking of different aspects that archives create. And scholars have written a lot on colonialism and, archive. I'm here thinking of Anstoller's work, but also Derrida's work. But I think we have to think of historicizing these different aspects or archival, after effect in terms of temporalities of colonialism, but also post-colonialism. For example, look at the entire debate and halla and terror and outrage about National Archives. Without sort of implicating ourselves into what is it that we were doing with that space. How have historians related, or the wider public sphere debate about what is the meaning of archive? So that it ranges a whole kind of questions. I mean, specifically to what you've asked me, when we think about archives in South Asia, and I limit myself to the Muslim case because that's what I've worked more with, but I think it would be true for other communities. The social life of document is very important. Kagas, especially the way they circulate in our family. I'm thinking about family trees like shajaras, which are really almost like considered the most important thing in the family. They're almost kept next to the jewelry collection. And it is really a moment when a family member decides to show you the family tree. So how do we see that document? Does that document represent the same aspect when I see it in a household interior where I would only be invited after years of earning trust versus when it is in a digital space of Rekhta? This is what I also mean of the peril of the digital. We might get the same copy, what we may not write the same history. And therefore, this rescue fantasy is not always, to me, it will preserve the document, but it may diminish the history. Does that make sense? Because that affective everyday life, I think, is something that we have to also write about. So I'm winding now, but I think that's where I think the social life of documents is missing from historians concerned with the archival. Yeah.
Such the word kagas just reminded me of kagas nahi dikhayenge. Anyway,
Exactly.
we went on and on about kagas. So, okay, so I'm going to take some questions from the audience. They're saying it's a brilliant point. So, Razak, all of us are flawed with both of you having come here. And, So, Nazia has asked this question: is the Mir Yar Ali Khan text an example of the Tazkira genre? Because the Tazkira is in and of itself an archive.
Yeah. Thank you, Nazia. That's a very perceptive question. In fact, that's what I've argued in the introduction to this text. So let's think about Tazkiras. Tazkiras have been, I think, have been read very, let me find a correct way of putting. I think they have been read, they have been underread. They are mined for information. But the stylistic genre itself is of an affect. They are about creating taste, communities of knowledge, and communities of discipleship. And I was just recently participating on an Iranian studies seminar about women's tazkira. Why are there no women? When do women start appearing in tazkira? What does that tell us about that nature of that archive? So I think, yes, tazkira is in some way a literary archive, and that's what we have argued. What I've argued in this text is that it's at the intersection of various genres. So it is a poetic tazkira because it's in verse form. It's also very descriptive of people, but it does something very interesting in terms of versified ethnography. So it's a different mode that is related with colonial ethnography, but that also works with other pre-modern tradition of versified description of qualities of people. So it is not just about elite. For example, there's an entire section about lower caste, lower class, artisans, lot of food description. I've written just a piece that hopefully will come out next month on this as an archive about food history and even music history. So there are different ways in which it creates different form of information. So yes, it's at the intersection of tazkira and poetry. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that, Razak. I'm going to continue asking the questions because now suddenly there are quite a few. So yeah.
Okay.
So one question that again came from Hassan was, are there any websites dedicated to archiving old Urdu newspapers? And if you know of any, you can just, if you can, put it in the chat or, create, I'll leave you with these questions. Whatever comes up for you, you can even send us a mail later and we can put it up in our, where the Urdu material is available. There was one question on music archives. You mentioned the one in Karachi, but are there other music archives also? So maybe if you can't think of anything now, I'll leave these questions with you. You can later let us know. Yeah. Okay. Now Venkat asks. So Venkat is the archivist at the National Council for Biological Sciences and the force and the spirit behind this event. Yeah. So Venkat is asking. He was struck by what you said, Razak. The nation state is the marker of archival imagination now. If he's quoted you correctly, can you speak a little bit more on this? Like how the archive now, like you were saying, Raza Library is getting material from Yemen, but now it's become the nation state. So just speak about that a little bit if you can.
Sure. Quick points regarding the music archive. They're all kind of material. I mean, I went to Rutgers University once and some Rampuris showed up for my talk and they have music recordings. So I have found recordings in homes in New Jersey to in Karachi. I think what it requires is also, I mean, I have to also accept that I'm not an ethnomusicologist. My interest was more in terms of thinking about music as a historical cultural product. So other scholars have written on it. I imagine that the Seheswan Gharana would be one place to go and record. The famous singer Rashid Ali Khan, who sings for famous Bollywood films, is from that family. I have just completed a paper and I want to develop this more and thinking about the publication on books on music by Rampur Raza Library. This I had not written much. They have a full Rampur Raza Library also had its own press. So they have published a lot of stuff on that. Smaller places like Bilsi Estate in Badayun was very important. And I have a side interest in Dak Dehelvi's verse, and he was, of course, at Rampur. So when I say music, I mean it within larger landscapes. So it would include textual treatise on history of music, theory of music, early verses of Dak Dehelvi, which later on were picked up by people like Begum Akhtar and other Iqbal Bano. So there is that entire other history of musical histories of Rampur and its different archives. Okay. Second point, I think I really would like Natab Saab to also come on the question of national, because this is, I think it's a larger question, not just about Rampur and its material. It's a larger point about Urdu itself. How and why we have started thinking of Urdu on national boundaries line. So the National Council of Promotion of Urdu and its library in India and Pakistan, how does Urdu operate? It operates maybe as a minority language in India, but it has a different majoritarian logic in Pakistan, and its relationship with Pashto, Balochi is one of a different kind. So one reason I'm suggesting outside of national modular form is first, of course, to look at the pre-modern history, which connects Rampur with Kabul and Peshawar, which was actually noticed by, I must bring here the role of Imtiaz Ali Arshi Sahab, an early, very important library scholar and a remarkable scholar of Talib. And he had this imagination to bring people from Kabul and Peshawar Pashto Academy to look into the material on Pashto. Now they don't have any Pashto speakers. So actually there's not much work on Pashto manuscript in Rampur, something that needs to be done to sort of thinking about before nation. But the larger point I want to make, and I think that's where we come, and I think even Mehtab Sahab would have something to say, is how we sort of can think of Urdu beyond this Muslim identity question, which is important, but I think it's also a trap. It doesn't let us actually see what has happened with Urdu. So nation, but also community. I think there is a way in which this, and that's what Anita Desai shows so brilliantly in her film or novel, that the rescuer is in fact a non-Muslim, and he has a particular relationship with Urdu that even the Urdu speakers are not able to sort of grasp. So not just thinking of Urdu outside of national modular form, but decoupling this, not to secularize Urdu, but to simply look at its reality. I wonder if Mehtab Sahab has something to say on this. I'll be interested in hearing his thought on this.
I agree. But the only thing I would like to add is I think it needs to go beyond, say, and not just the community tag or the Muslim tag, because often it is talked about, and it's Urdu walas will often say that how Urdu is not a Muslim language. That's true. But what is, I think, missing and what is not emphasized is that Urdu is not just the language of literature; it's a language, and there are other use of and you, as you were rightly pointed out about the fetishization, how Urdu is basically tehzeeb and tamaddun and these kind of thing, latafat. But we don't see Urdu as a language. So I have written an essay for a book. It's called Future of Urdu in India, in which I have tried to argue that how Urdu can, I mean, I have no doubt Urdu will survive in India. It will survive. But to me, whether it will survive as a language, which is a language of utility, not just novelty. That is the core question to me. And I've tried to put forward some perspective that what can be done. I mean, because this Urdu is declining, Urdu is dying, it's a not new marsiya. We have been hearing say, so if you read things, articles, just post-partition, it is, I mean, you have been, you'll see all that from then it is been argued that it's declining. What is also interesting, while Urdu is say declining in North India, which was considered or often considered as the bastion of Urdu, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, now Bihar as well. But at the same time, it is interesting to see that there is a, say, rise of Urdu in southern India, especially if you go to Maharashtra. There are different pockets in Maharashtra where Urdu is flourishing. So I think these are the issues which none of our institutions, be it Anjuman Taraqi Urdu or National Council for Promotion of Urdu or Urdu academies across, say, India, state Urdu academies, they are not, somehow we are, I'm not anti-adab or anti-literature, but I feel that we need to go beyond literature, poetry, short stories. These things are important. And that's why, along with some of my friends, I have been thinking of starting a initiative called Be-Adab Tehreek. So the idea is a non-literary, so promoting non-literary Urdu, that kind of thing. So maybe, I mean, we are trying to explore, let's see what happens.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Mehtab. And I think one addition I would want to make to this conversation is we often reduce Urdu to language, the spoken, but I feel that there is the script associated with it, and the script embodies several languages.
That's true.
So, and that's what the idea of Rekhta is. So, because I know of my friends who function only in the Urdu script, and in Urdu they're not writing Urdu, they're writing Punjabi. So, in Lahore, the script is used mainly for Punjabi.
So it's called Shahamukhi.
Shahamukhi, yes.
That script is called Shahamukhi. About this point, what you mentioned, Rekhta, I mean, that's another reservation most of us have, who have, say, not just emotional attachment to the script, because we feel that script is very important. But if you look at the social media platforms of Rekhta, Rekhta website itself, they have been focusing more on Roman and Devanagari, which is a problem, I feel. While I agree that in order to popularize, we need to use a language which is accessible to most of the people.
Professor Vedic, if I may add something that Mehtab Sahab had raised, I think this is the idea of thinking of sociology of Urdu and not just thinking of Urdu. You would raise this point when we think of Urdu only as language, we forget the speaker, the social life of the language. And I'm saying that because the argument about madrasa is not so much an argument about the religious and the secular Urdu. The point is, if you look at who are the madrasa students, sociologically, you will notice that a lot of them are not from Urdu speaking family. In fact, they often come from places like Assam or Bengal, and they bring something else to Urdu. Now, this is, of course, looked down upon, to put it mildly, by traditional Ashraf, caste-based, class-based idea of language, which of course does not acknowledge that Urdu exists through different genres and mediums. There's a Sahafi Urdu, there's a Madrasa Urdu, and then there is this Mushaira-based Urdu. And all of them are categories not just of literary sensibilities, they're also sociological categories. And this is important to point, as increasingly you will see the campus of Aligarh and Jamia are no longer dominated or populated by Ashraf Muslim of Uttar Pradesh. They left, they're probably in foreign universities or in slums. But the population now is, maybe Göttingen too. I also don't come from a Urdu speaking family. I come from Rajasthan. Urdu is not my first or second language. So I have a very different relationship with Urdu as a language of history. I only acquired because I wanted to I thought of Urdu as a historical medium for me to write certain kind of history. But just to conclude this point, when I look at Jamia Milli Islamia's Urdu history, historically, first of all, Jamia's Urdu was very much enriched by German. This is a history that has not been written. A lot of the major translations done in Jamia are not from within Persianate tradition. They are from European languages like German and French. Where is that kind of history of Urdu? Why are most of the books still obsessed with creating the canon of Ghalib, Hali, and Azad? Kavita Datla, who unfortunately passed away early, had started that idea of thinking about Urdu in its different historical moments, the Osmania moment and the Jamia moment. And more importantly, when you go to the campuses now, when you look at the presence of South Indian student or Kashmiri student in campuses engaging with Urdu, that must be brought into this discussion about Urdu. Otherwise, it becomes some kind of romantic, almost class-based discourse of a fetishized, not even a real history of Urdu. I'm afraid to say that.
Thank you for that, Razak. We are almost out of time. Now Malini had asked a question which Nazia almost responded. Yeah, I'll quickly read out the questions, then you take which ones you can. Yeah. As someone interested in cities, where would one be able to access old maps, documents, surveys on cities like Ahmednagar, Aurangabad, and Nizam of Hyderabad's dominion? Would you be able to point towards archives and libraries where such manuscripts would be available? I'm also interested in urban systems like water supply and records around the provision of these in Indian medieval cities. So Nazia responded to this saying that for maps of Hyderabad, check out the Leonard Mann maps on Google Arts and Culture, and some of the maps are in a collection of Kalakriti Art Gallery, Hyderabad. If you have anything to add, can you just put it in the chat?
So if you can share my email ID with them. So I'll try to connect. I don't know personally, but I'm sure that I can connect with the people in Aurangabad, Hyderabad, and some of the friends who are working in the archives of, say, Hyderabad State Archive, Telangana State Archive, and Aurangabad also. There must be. So
okay, great. Thank you for that. Okay, I have 3 more. Yeah.
Last question, Ravinder, in the chat.
Yeah, I have two, 3 on my thing, and I'll read out Ravinder's also. You can, we can take them later also. But how did Rampur, with such rich cultural heritage, slip away from popular imagination? That was one. On Rekhta, how does one distinguish between manuscripts and lithographic print? And the third was, aren't languages associated with communities? Would it be neo-colonial conjecture to if departed from Muslims? And the last question is from Ravinder Singh. I remember somebody saying, Urdu ka boj pasmand hai do raha hai. Thank you for that. Can both of you dwell a bit on caste question among Muslims and the question of Urdu? तो ये 4-5 क्वेश्चन है हमारे पास 2 मिनट में अगर आप लोग कोई भी एक आपका पसंदीदा चुन लीजिए और उसका जवाब दीजिए.
You can take 5-10 minutes. It's okay. Yeah.
अच्छा चलिए ले लीजिए समय जो मन है उसका जवाब दे दीजिए.
मेहताब साहब पहले आप.
Okay, take it. So I'll start with this pasmanda question. I'm not sure that Urdu ka boj pasmanda dho rahe hain. Especially because here the pasmanda term has a specific meaning. It's a caste thing. तो वो चीज नहीं है. To me, it's a more of a class question or economic condition. तो वो चीज है. और as Razak Sahab was talking about कि उर्दू भी like जो बिहार में उर्दू बोली जाती है, लिखी जाती है, which is very different from what is spoken in, say, West UP. And what is spoken in West UP is very different from East UP. तो वो सारी चीजें हैं. तो I think it will be a generalization to say कि pasmanda here means non-ashraf Muslim are वो ढो रहे हैं. Because yes, I agree that गरीब जो है, गरीब मुसलमान जो है, वो उसको ढो रहे हैं. Most of the, I mean, not all of them, but mostly. Like if you go to the municipal corporation schools in Bombay, most of the मतलब एक बड़ी तादाद है. इनफैक्ट मराठी मीडियम से ज़्यादा आपको उर्दू मीडियम स्टूडेंट्स मिलेंगे. बट इफ यू लुक एट देयर क्लास यू विल रियलाइज कि अच्छा क्योंकि क्लास और कास्ट का एक कहीं ना कहीं वो मिलता है. ऐसा कोई मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ. आई एम नॉट डिनाइंग दैट देयर इज नो कास्ट एंगल, बट इट इज नॉट स्पेसिफिक टू कास्ट थिंग. As far as the caste question in amongst Muslim is concerned, I think that's a question for another forum, and we can discuss about it in detail because that requires time. एक और सवाल जिसका मैं जवाब देना चाह रहा था जो मैं भूल गया
रिक्ता वाला
नहीं वो टेक्निकल क्वेश्चन है वो मैं नहीं बता पाऊंगा डिस्टिंक्शन आई थिंक
रामपुर वाला एक रामपुर पे था रामपुर रिच कल्चरल हेरिटेज
तो डॉक्टर खान ही बताएंगे अभी अगर मुझे याद आ जाएगा तो
Okay, just to quickly respond to some of those questions. I think the reason for Rampur is, I mean, it's quite surprising because everybody who works on Muslim literary culture, whatever history, ends up actually going to Rampur. So yes. I myself surprised that why is there no work in English on Rampur. There's an excellent essay written in 80s by Lance Brennan, but actually there's not that much work in English. There is a lot of very, very interesting work in Urdu, written by a lot of Rampuri scholars. So it's an absence in English imagination. It's not so much the case in Urdu. My historical reading of this is because when I started working on Rampur, I was discouraged by a lot of people to not work on Rampur because they felt I should work on Delhi or Lucknow. And if I'm being too adventurous, then maybe something more like Aligarh or Deoband. You know, that's the map of Urdu culture. And it is quite, you know, historically inaccurate because post 1857, the proliferation of historical scholarship, in fact, didn't happen in British India. A lot of it happened in princely states like Rampur, Bhopal, and Hyderabad. And it's only now we have a lot of good work on Bhopal and Hyderabad, and I hope there will be more future work on Rampur. I kind of, you know, have a different take on the caste question and writings on Muslim. I think there's an implicit unspoken bias because even Rampur, you have to know that they are Rohillas, they are Pathans, they are not, although they also claim Sayyid status. The majority of work on Muslims continues to be mapped through Ashraf lenses. And within Ashraf, I think there's a particular embedded bias or dominance of Shia Sayyid framework. And the Rampur Nawabs were, of course, also Shia at a later stage. So there are a whole set of sectarian, caste, class, unspoken histories within the category of Muslims. That's a category we can use to write larger narrative, but that's a category always in making. And I think the scholarship on Pasmanda, although embedded in the current moment, can be historically also studied. In the text that we are going to come out next month, we have argued the centrality of caste in shaping Urdu's literary aesthetic. So how caste metaphor exists in Urdu poetic description of beauty. But that's a question that is both historical as well as sociological. And I think the new writings that are coming by a variety of people, and this is because a different section of Muslim or Urdu speaker are entering academia. And I think they will bring a different sensibility, and that's good. We just need more work on this. Yeah.
So can you reference the work on caste in context of Adab?
I'm here going to say Maulana Ashraf Ali Thanvi's own work. You know, there's a very interesting way in which you can read Behshti Zevar through very, very interesting other lens. It has been read for gender and women's question and Barbara Metcalf's partial translation. And she's going to have an article out later this year, I believe, which, you know, I've had the chance to engage with. And we had this very interesting discussion about caste and questions about hygiene and purity, where Thanvi Saab seems very close to other Hindu Pandits on, and in some way very different. But the question is, how do we read these texts? Caste is an open secret. It's always there and yet invisible. So the point would be not to look for caste. The point simply would be to see its absence presence. You know, it's always there. You don't have to go look out for it. You can, but my point is that unlike treating this as a cancel culture mode, you have to sort of read this through complicated terrains of how class within Urdu and Muslim culture is another marker of the caste question. it's not outside of Islam. It works very much with it, except it's through a different discourse of adab. Adab is also an exclusionary category, much as we love this word and think it's all about aesthetic. Adab is used to exclude people. If your kaf and ghaf are not clear enough, your Urdu is horrible. And this was one of the things I was told, that, you know, Lucknow's Urdu is better than Rampur because Rampuri people can't pronounce certain thing and they're more vernacularized Urdu. So I suppose, yes, you're right. Adab has to be also politicized while you are looking at its literary sensibility. That work has not happened, but I think I'm here thinking of the work by Masood Falahi on Hindustani Muslimanon mein Saat Faarsi Sawal. And I think that work deserves wider attention. It exists in Urdu, and I hope it will be translated, hopefully in future, in English. It's an important work. One may disagree with parts of it, but it's a very important work on caste in Islam.
You know, it's interesting. I know we shouldn't be applying Western theorists to understand our lives all the time, but nevertheless, I always find Pierre Bourdieu's work on, you know, the way he talks about habitus very useful. Caste is our habitus. Adab is a habitus which invisibilizes certain elements, but also invisibilizes a lot. And it is that invisibilization that is very interesting. जो दिख नहीं रहा है या दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है या दिखाई नहीं देने दिया जा रहा है, वो बहुत interesting है. Yeah. Okay. And all of you, Mehtab और Razak, अगर आप अपने emails chat में डाल देंगे तो बहुत सारे आपसे email करेंगे आप लोगों को. If you don't have any further questions, and I hope I captured everybody's questions, we could actually close the panel. And I had one or two, but you know, I could come back. We could always talk about like few things just for us to think about. I'll just leave them out there. That, you know, the question of language and the transnationality. And I wanted it to connect with Venkat's question about the archival imagination becoming national or being bound by that. So yesterday we had two panels. Yesterday or day before, one was a lady who had checked in from Sri Lanka. And she spoke about Tamil in Sri Lanka and Tamil in India, and how the language, in order to understand and archive it, one had to get beyond the borders. Similarly, the panelists from Karachi and Lahore were speaking on Urdu also, and Punjabi, and saying how they had to get beyond borders. So I thought that language was another interesting element in our movement or in our thought process about archiving, which actually transcends a lot of boundaries. So something for us to think about in terms of language. And then the word that you used, translation, you know, in your presentation, Razak. I was, you know, in my mind, I connected it to what just the panel before you, Kurush Dalal, was talking about public histories. So a lot of what historians we should attempt to do is translate our material into different forms that can be accessed by people, like that what you said about the performance being, you know, that text being performed. And there was a playwright before us, I don't know if he's still there with us. So he talked about performance in itself as an art, how performance can serve as an art. So I just thought there were these interesting connections that have come up, and just something for us to think about. There is something in the chat coming up. Okay. Yeah, we think in our mother language, dream in our, So lots of people are very happy with your panel. So thanks a lot, so much. And I approached Mehtab when he had just come back from hospital. And he was still sick, he's coughing. So thank you so much. आपका बहुत शुक्रिया. साथ में आने का और रज़ाक को, like I should assume that you know everyone. But it was such a pleasure to find the same Razak over here, one who had met underground psychoanalysis, and we got a YouTube thing about somebody is wanting to join your group. But let me tell you, बहुत exclusive group है. वहाँ only by vetting and invitation आप आ सकते हैं. I entered it from the back door with a friend, but yes, so ऐसे नहीं admission मिलेगा, so बहुत exclusive. Yeah.
No. Let me also thank you, Professor Vaidik, for a wonderful moderation and some insightful question. The question about the national imagination is something that I'm thinking now when looking at Jamia's German past and thinking of outside the national frame. And I think it's a question that needs more discussion. And I have to also thank Mehtab Saab, who kindly informed me and invited me for this. It's a pleasure. And the audience members too, for some really good questions.
Thank you. So I hand it over to Maya. You can come back to life.
Right on time for the next panel without skipping a beat, because we don't stop at Milli. And I will request Arnika, if she's in, to take over. Arnika, hey, okay, great.
Hi, I think it's Suman who's going to start.
Suman?
Yeah.
Suman, hello. Yeah. Okay. So literally 6 o'clock and we will waste no time. Okay, thank you. Suman, you're on mute actually.
Yeah, sorry about that. So welcome everybody. And welcome to the penultimate session of this week-long, discussions we have been having about archives. And I am Suman Gopinath. I am the Senior Program Officer at India Foundation for the Arts. India Foundation for the Arts is a not-for-profit organization, and we have been supporting the arts through our various programs for over 25 years now. Archives actually are a very integral part of IFA for two reasons. Because we are also, we are currently building our own archive, which will house the material that, projects that we have supported over the years. And the second reason is that we have a program that is called Archives and Museums Program that I look after. And in fact, we engage very closely with archives in order to produce new knowledge, new stories, new histories through curatorial and artistic interventions. Now, over the past week, we've been hearing about different kinds of archives and the kind of work people have been doing with them, how researchers have found new documents and have been really excited about it. But this evening, we're going to listen to 3 artists who have used archival material in their practice, in fact, often disrupting archives. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce the panelists for this evening session. We have Afra Shafiq, who is a new media artist and is based out of Goa. We have Anuja Gosalkar, who is the founder of the theatre, the Drama Queen, a documentary theatre company. We also have Pallavi Paul, who is a contemporary artist and is also a film scholar. I'm really happy to welcome all of them on the panel today because I have been closely associated with all of them over the past few years. And Arnika Algad will be moderating the session. Arnika herself is an artist, art historian, and currently works with the Museum of Art and Photography based in Bangalore. So welcome to the session. And in fact, you'll get more detailed bios of all these artists as they're making their presentation. So over to Arnika to take the session forward.
Thank you so much, Suman, for this lovely introduction, and thank you so much for the invitation to be here today. As Suman already introduced me, my name is Arnika. I work as an associate curator with the Museum of Art and Photography in Bangalore, and I will be moderating this session today, which was originally conceptualized by Spandana from the India Foundation for the Arts, and who can't be here today because of a health emergency. I'm very happy to take over because I like all of these artists' work very much. And today, this panel will be looking at the artists as users of the archive and the multiple possibilities or forms of engagement and findings that this coming together of artists and the archive can lead to. Questions of representation, truth, identity, history, memory, and loss, to name a few. And I'm sure while loss is a trigger word for a lot of the archivists here, it's a word that creates excitement among artists. The interest of artists in archives perhaps simultaneously occurred as a part of the debate around museums as institutions of power and institutional critique. At a time when artists emerged as curators, artists as archivists, and archival researchers occurred as well. Hal Foster has written extensively on the relationship between the artist and the archive, and describes the nature of archives as at once found yet constructed, factual yet fictive, public yet private. And thank you so much, Afra, Anuja, and Pallavi, for taking us through your work today. And I would like to give this over to Afra now to start with her presentation. The audience can drop questions in the Q&A box, and I'll be happy to moderate them at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. I'm really glad to be part of a large group of people who are obsessed and work closely with archives. I think that's always good company to be in. I just want to begin by very briefly introducing my work. My name's Afra, and I work really across various kinds of medium, a lot of which are digital and use forms like animation, video, code, sound, but I also work in tactile forms where I use glass or installation. I work with objects. So across all of these kind of very varied practices, something that lies at the heart of most of the things that I make is this act of spending a really lengthy period of time before the making with different kinds of archives and collections. And it's really this time that I spend with the archives that informs not only the sort of conceptual and philosophical framework of what I want to make, but it also helps me arrive at the form that the work is going to take. So I thought it would be nice in this session, instead of really sharing too much of the work, because all my work is open source and it's online, so you can definitely check it out later. I thought it might be nice to talk a little bit about my process through which I navigate the archive. And here it's sort of important, I think, to draw a distinction between accessing and navigating an archive as a scholar or a researcher as opposed to working with an archive as an artist. And for me personally, that translates into this embracing of an idea of play, of really playing with the archive outside of its already imposed categories of, say, collections or forms or period, or even the metadata that exists within collections, and to allow yourself to kind of go on a quest of a discovery, or of making unlikely connections, of using it as a sort of detective case, finding clues, of unpacking treasures. So within this sort of logic, I was thinking I would share 3 very simple acts of playing that I've ended up doing in different projects with different archives, and then sharing that with the example of the process of the work. So I'm just going to quickly share my screen. So the first work that I wanted to talk about was this work that I made as part of the Archival and Museum Fellowships with IFA and the Center for Studies in Social Sciences in Calcutta, which I think both these things have been spoken about in past sessions through the week. And here, so through this fellowship, I was kind of interested in looking at the CSSC archive and, the way in which women were represented in the visual collections of the archive. So not really, looking at a particular period, a particular form, but just images where women were represented in the visual forms and what that tells me. And the collection was not really organized with that logic. So it wasn't like you could run a keyword search and look for images of women. And that kind of caused me to look through almost all of the material and by default sort of begin to sub-archive and archive. So what I ended up doing was creating a sub-archive of all images in the CSSC archive that had in them women, And then as I kept kind of doing this activity of sub-archiving the archive, I found myself finding different sort of categories in which I could have organized these images. For example, this is one of the categories of a woman alone sitting by a window, kind of blankly staring out. Or another kind of category where you see mansplaining in the archive of a woman being on the receiving end of somebody giving her gyan with often a raised finger. And as I sort of started amusing myself by creating these subcategories of playful ways of reading images of women in the archive, I found myself really pausing at this particular collection of images in the archive where there was a woman present with a book. And this was quite a large sort of theme, you know, the presence of a book in an image with a woman. But it wasn't so sort of simple for me to paint it with a broad sort of paintbrush stroke. Because in some of these images, I saw that the women were really engrossed and sort of very deeply engaged in the books that were around them. And then in some of them, they didn't look particularly interested in those books. And that got me thinking a lot and became the sort of way for me to, 1 second, I need to stop sharing my screen. Yeah, so it became the way for me to arrive at the work that I wanted to make through that collection. And what I ended up making was a work called Sultana's Reality, which I will put the link to in the chat box, but it's really, it's sort of encyclopedic story exploring this relationship between women and books, using the material from the CSSC archives, but also apart from the visual material, looking at other archival material like census data, newspaper articles, texts written by women, you know, discourse around the women's education movement, and what was that relationship between women and books, putting at the heart of it women's agency in that story. And then, so this was kind of one of the ways in which I arrived at a work by doing this act of sub-archiving an archive. And the second sort of practice I wanted to share was for another project altogether, where spending time with the archival material ended up helping me make several unlikely connections between what would seem like two quite you know, disparate ideas. And I'm again going to just show you some stuff for that. 1 second, my PowerPoint seems to have gone missing. Okay, are you able to see?
Afra, could you go into presentation mode?
Yeah, that's what doesn't seem to be happening for some reason. Okay, yeah, now I think I should have it. Is this okay?
Yeah, now it's good. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think you're still in presenter mode actually, so we can see your next slide also.
Oh,
maybe if you end show and just yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. At the bottom, if you just click that third one, yes.
Yeah, I did that, but it seems to go into. So my computer keeps hanging in the middle of this.
Okay, no problem, no problem. Yeah. We can see it though.
Okay. So yeah, so in this collection, so this was through sort of a residency that I did a few years ago, where I was invited to work with a network of different archives in the north of England. And I really went there with no sort of pre-existing ideas of what I was interested in looking at, although I knew at that point that I was generally interested in the idea of domestic spaces and the labor that happens within them. And here, I mean, the collections that I visited were quite varied. Some of them were the archives of an art gallery, but others were, you know, a state central libraries collections, or there was a working class movement library, so all of the sort of working class movement paraphernalia and publishing. There was a textile and there was an embroidery museum. So as I was kind of visiting these different collections, I found myself really taken in by these images of women sewing. And something about the fact that they were just in completely different settings, but all of them had this particular posture with their sort of neck bent, fingers busy, this object in their hand that they've channelized all their attention to. And it was images that you would see across form, but also across class. You would see very aristocratic women making things by, you know, needle and thread, but also very working class households. You would see it across ages of very young girls doing it, as well as older women doing it. And I really started thinking about the idea of domestic labor in two ways. One is about this sort of repetitive machine-like quality to it, where you're kind of doing stitch after stitch or cutting vegetable after vegetable in a way that doesn't really engage the cognitive mind in a very active way once the body is used to that function. And the second thing I started thinking about is this gap between the body and the mind that might be created by doing these mechanical tasks and the mind kind of escaping, and where does that mind escape to? And this sort of speculation is what I started looking for in the archive. So for example, I would look at, these are some of the samplers, which is, you know, very early cross-stitch embroidery that these young girls who in images like this were probably doing. And I started looking at these images and wondering, like, doesn't this really remind you of 8-bit pixel graphics, like early computer graphics, where the logic of a cross-stitch and the logic of a pixel seems to be the same. And I started kind of reinterpreting the embroidery in the archive almost as a young girl trapped inside her home, unable to get out, but the little girl that she sews on escapes, and then where does she go to? So that was one kind of thread that I was exploring through this archival material and through using the embroideries from the archive. And the other thing that I was really looking at is the link between, say, weaving and coding, where you know, you're sewing, or you're knitting or you're weaving, and really the binary logic that follows, which is so similar to the logic of programming, and about how Ada Lovelace, who was one of the, you know, the first programmers, was inspired by the Jacquard loom, and how young girls who were kind of working in the Manchester factories as pattern girls were in essence writing early computer code. And then also looking at, you know, a lot of publishing by women around like self-help, household tips, and how to be, you know, a good housekeeper, and how those were almost like the functions that you would feed a computer program, like if this, then that, not this, but loop that, you know. So really looking at these logics between domestic labor and programming and cybernetics and machine intelligence. And then what I ended up making from that project is something called Stitch. This is what it looks like. It's a large sort of patchwork, which is a QR code that you can scan, but it's about 5 feet. And you go close into it, and you can kind of see that every pixel in the previous image is made up of a different image of a woman from the archive doing domestic labor. And then within that, you have these 4 monitors, which has a video story around a lot of the ideas that I just explained using the archival material. And then apart from the little pixels of women doing domestic work, there are also some further QR codes within this patchwork, which then you can scan to find a digital hanky, which is just a little handkerchiefs that kind of look like this, which have snippets from the archive and findings from the archive that link both of these ideas of you know, code and domestic labor and women's inside lives to each other. So that's really like a way of engaging with the archive in a speculative sense. And I know I'm almost out of time. So the third work, just really quickly want to tell you about a recent work that I made, which is really the work itself becomes an archive. You know, it's almost like you wish a collection existed and then you dream that up and that becomes the artwork. Where I had visited 2 years ago, a museum of international folk art in New Mexico. Although it had folk art from all over the world, a large collection of it was South American folk art. And I was really struck in that collection by how much Mother Mary was present in the archive through all kinds of folk forms, but how different she looked in all of those interpretations. And I kind of got interested in the Marian figure. I live in Goa, so it's also an inescapable figure everywhere. And I got interested in all these iterations of her names, you know, Our Lady of Perpetual Succor, Our Lady of Good Health, Our Lady of Velankani, Our Lady of all sorts of titles, and all her different representations, where she looks really different from each other. She's called different names. She dresses differently, but there are links between one and the other. And what are these links? And that's what I kind of got interested in exploring. And then I decided to kind of build a collection of these various Marian figures and how they're linked to each other, but also linked to historical events, linked to post-colonial sort of ways of reading religion, of linkages between these figures to sort of older forms of the feminine divine and how they leaked into, you know, Catholic forms as religion and colonial, and, you know, like religious and colonial conquest got sort of introduced to different places. I was also interested in this idea of how every community has ended up sort of generating their own Marian version, and every version exists, whether it's recognized or not recognized by the Roman Church. So what I made, and I just want to show that as a glimpse so you get a sense, is this again, this work is online, so you can definitely look at it. I'm just going to turn the audio off so that you can hear me, but you can look at it online. I'll share the link, but this is what the work looks like. And you can kind of play with every little pixel here to explore a different Marian version. So it's kind of like building an archive of these different iterations of Mother Mary, but also looking at the idea of multiplicity and uniformity within an icon and icon making, and how each one is sort of linked to the other. So sometimes you can see sort of artistic renditions of it in different traditions. You can see sort of titles of the Marian figure in different countries and conquests, and then some of these will sort of lead from one and how it came to another. And what one can also do in this is, and this is what makes the archive a sort of expansive archive, is you can go in here and sort of generate your own version of Our Lady, and then it gets kind of fed into, so once you kind of explore all of the things, this is what the end figure looks like. And these little motherboard chips that you see are the generated ones that any user can feed in, whether it's an imagined form or an existing form that they'd like to share. And these are continuously replacing one another as and when more imaginations are added to this form. So yeah, I think I'll stop now. That's kind of what I want to share. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks so much, Asa. Anuja, if you would come on next.
Yes, I'm here. I'm just going to try sharing my screen. Okay. Yeah, hi. Can you see my screen already, or hold on? Okay. Can you see my screen, Arnika?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
It's not in presentation mode.
Hold on, I'll just put it in. Now, can you see it?
Yes.
You can, and okay. All right, now it's full screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I'm just also going to start the timer, so I try and keep some time. Okay, so I'm Anuja. I run a theatre company called Drama Queen. This is an image from the first show that I did called Lady Anandi, which is very much about the personal archive. But that's just to get to know me a bit. This image sort of conveys what my work focuses on. I want to explain that I do a form of theatre called documentary theatre. And when I say document, I don't just mean the paper document. I mean image, memory, metaphor, gesture, medium, and so on. And when I think about the archive as a documentary filmmaker, what's extremely important to me is the role of the archive in speaking to history, in work that historians do, and a very famous academic called Carol Martin, who writes very extensively on documentary theatre. She says that documentary theatre can directly intervene in the creation of history by unsettling the present, by staging a disquieting past. So I'm really interested in the archive, in its role in history, and my role as a documentary maker to alter that history, and where I can really make place for little histories versus the grand narrative that the state is continuously creating, especially today. So the role of archives in enabling little histories is what excites me as a performance maker. Now, just to give you an example, I'm going to share two works. One is where I was asked to do a lecture demonstration when the NCBS archive opened, and Venkat very kindly invited me, and I did a leg dem performance with 4 performers. I don't work with actors, so there was a filmmaker, a photographer, a dancer, and a school teacher, and we did a performance called Letters Swallow Themselves in Seconds. And just to give you an example of what it was, sorry. So it was called Letters Swallow Themselves in Seconds. And the idea for me was to look at documents in the archive. And my first understanding, or my first introduction to NCBS had happened through that letter that you can see at the bottom. It's a Veronica Rodriguez letter. She was a scientist who worked there, and she writes a really explosive letter. Now I believe that has gone viral. She says that, will you stop using Kumari or Srimati for women scientists unless you want to call male scientists the same? And I'd used this letter in 2016 for another performance that I've been doing called the Reading Room. The Reading Room is for readers who bring personal letters, and I curate letters from the public domain. So my introduction to the NCBS archive was through this letter of Veronica Rodriguez. So I said, hey, why don't I do this leg dem where I read the documents? And that sort of becomes the reading of the archive. And I was very interested in seeing what happens when the user, because I make performances, when as a user, my breath encounters the document, and also what happens when documents from the outside, that letters that I had curated, encounter documents inside the archive. And as you can see, I'm really interested in the notion of reading, because this is Arundhati Roy saying revolutions can and often have begun with reading. So I look at reading as a performative act, holding the paper and reading. In theater, it's looked down upon because they call it dramatic reading or rehearsed readings, but I find it incredibly performative. So when I encountered the archive, I wasn't sure what I was going to work with, what my performance was going to be. And when Venkat talked to me, he said, why don't you look at something that Obaid did? And Obaid Siddiqui, as you might know, is the grand old man of NCBS, and his research is on Drosophila and the fruit fly. Now, I haven't studied biology since the 10th standard, and I was really overwhelmed looking at the papers he had written on the fruit fly, the images. I know nothing about it. And I started looking at the online catalog. And what I found in the whole line of folders, a poor little sad categorization, a folder that says ephemera, really sitting at the bottom. And I was like, that's a word I know, that's a word I love. So let me see what is in this folder in the archive of science that says ephemera. And then I started to find work that excited me. And I decided to demystify the person Obaid Siddiqui and, really not think of him only as this rock star scientist, but as a human being. And as I entered the archive, or even just the folder called ephemera, there was so much that I turned to another artist. I often use other artists' work, like poets or filmmakers, to negotiate archival work or negotiate archives, or even allow it to influence me, because I think in my past life I was a cinephile and I taught cinema for a few years, so I'm really interested in other art forms. So I found a poem by Naomi Shihab Nye. She's an Arab American poet. And in my past experience of having worked with archives, especially with Lady Anandi, I found that fiction, when used to negotiate an archive, creates something quite fantastic. It creates an explosion, perhaps. So I decided to use a poem called Burning an Old Year. And the first line of this poem is the line of the talk. So it says, letters swallow themselves in seconds. I won't read the whole thing. It's there for you to see, just for the sake of time. I don't want to read it. But I looked at the poem, and then I decided to choose a few words from this poem to help me negotiate the archive. So I chose letters that were in the folder called ephemera. Seconds, when I say seconds, I really was interested in time. What happens to documents in a biology archive? What does time do to them? Do they decay, or are they fresh forever? So that was the idea of time. Then I looked at notes. Oh gosh, there are lots of notes in an archive, especially of science. So there were field notes, there were notes written to friends, paper. This really brings me to the materiality of an archive. I mean, I was interested in the smell of paper, the texture of paper, the crumbling nature of paper, really the idea of decay, because, archivists and conservationists work so hard to preserve it, but I was interested in decay. And air, I wanted to have a sort of lightness to the performance. I didn't find poems. I found lists, lots and lots of lists. Scientists love lists. There were lists of all kinds of things. Flame, I don't think I quite got into the idea of that, but the blazing nature of archival collections, what it burns away. And most importantly, it was absent, shouts, celebrates, leave a space. I wanted to see what is missing from the archive, because what doesn't exist makes a bigger impact, makes a louder sound in my mind. And the last phrase, crackle after the blazing dies. As a performance maker, I'm constantly confronted with the idea of death or losing my breath when I'm performing. So the idea of dying was quite inherent in my approach to the NCBS archive. Sorry, I'm just trying to negotiate this for some reason. Okay, and then I decided to look at folders that were called ephemera, and there were undated, unnamed documents. There were lists, there were personal correspondence, and these met my letters from the reading room. That's one image from the reading room. So I really wanted to see what happens when institutional documents encounter personal documents. And this is one list that I found of Obaid Siddiqui. Obaid Siddiqui was an ardent listener of music, and there were meticulous lists. So this said music converted from CD to MP3. And my performers really played with it because, as you can see, the list has musicality as well. I won't do a really good job, but I'll give you a quick example. They just did Nikhil Banerjee, Nikhil Banerjee, Nikhil Banerjee, Nikhil Banerjee, and they broke it by saying Lakshmi L. Shankar. So they really played with the design of this list and a music list. Here's another list, quite fascinating. And again, words like Imad, Inayat Khan really gave us a sense of playfulness and music to a music list. There were a lot of notebooks, and I find this notebook quite fascinating because it says 50 years of DNA, and inside the first page was computer commands. I mean, this is priceless. Early days of the computer, and the scientists writing down the commands so meticulously. So Obaid writing F1, help, F2, edit, and so on. And again, we perform the list, we perform the document. This absolutely was the exciting bit for us, because we think of Obaid as an award-winning scientist, but nobody knew what he ate. And when I found a bill of Bombay Gymkhana, it was fascinating that he was such a Chinese lover. So you can see just deconstructing the myth of this scientist and this grand old man of NCBS. So he ate American chop suey and chicken spring rolls and so on. There's yet another bill. I don't know why I'm not able to go. Yeah, here's the second bill. Again, there's Chinese chop suey and so on. We found this unnamed, unsent postcards from Obaid's collection. Sure enough, again, there's images of Chinese food, more Chinese food. Again, unnamed, unsent postcards, something quite beautiful about it. Nobody knew what they were for, where were they meant to go, where did they come from? Maybe he picked it up on his travels. Yeah, I was just struck by the sort of artwork on those postcards. And this to me was very important, the greeting cards that he received through the years, because Burning the Old Year, Naomi Shav's nice poem, is about the year passing. So here were a set of greeting cards, all good wishes for joy and happiness. Yet another one, be joyful with intoxicating flowers. And we kept reading this with documents from our own collections, letters that we may have received. Please look at this carefully. It's an important person sending a greeting card, and it's quite a beautiful image. This image is called Abstract on Two Themes, 1962. If there are any art historians, please tell me who the painter is. And this was sent to Obaid by Homi Bhabha. Really a great collaboration there, and a collaborator of Obaid. So quite a vital sort of companionship and camaraderie. Okay, I'm just going to take a pause here and sort of change register and just quickly explain one more project that I worked on. A friend of mine called Ranjit says, long live the archive that misbehaves. And I think there is some value in the idea of the misbehavior of the archive. But of course, it raises all kinds of questions. How far can it misbehave? What is deemed as good and bad behavior, of course. But given the moment of January 2020, the height of the NRC and CAA protest, I think the misbehavior was warranted. And in my mind, it was sort of an emergent gesture of defiance through art to the hegemony of the state, perhaps. And what am I speaking of here? I was invited by the Kalakriti archives in Hyderabad to look at their photography collection. And these are photographs of the Nizam, of the city of Hyderabad, really the glory of the Nizam. And I decided to work with these students from Darul Shifa, it's called Focus High School in Darul Shifa, in the old city of Hyderabad. And I gave the photographs to children to see what happens. How can they distort it, deconstruct it, or revere it? And I kept asking myself through that 10 days in Hyderabad, what was the state of radar while they were demanding the kagas, while they were demanding the documents, while they were demanding the dastaveez. And I perhaps thought, are they worried about stories wandering out, having their own free lives? Do archivists sometimes also fear that stories wander out and will have their own free lives? The collections that the archive holds so dear, once they start wandering, what happens if they have their own free lives? This is just a quick little trailer of the performance. The children wandered the streets, told me stories. This was one of the photographs, for example. I'm just going to wrap up very soon. This is a very officious photograph of the Nizam, perhaps. And when I showed it to the children, their first instinct was, why is it black and white? Why isn't it color? And then, of course, where are the women? And they used chart paper and paper plates and all kinds of notebooks to recreate or distort the pictures. And you can see one young girl in her pink shirt goes and stands there, and the boys cover it over. So there is a sort of distorting this photograph, but making it our own. The kids really wanted to make it their own photo. Just one quick example.
Do you think what else we can do with this? Oh, I have an idea. Let's time travel. Ta-da! 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 Ta-da!
So we did a lot of this. For the sake of time, I won't play this clip, but there was a boy who was from Afghanistan and felt very left out even within the school. And he claims that he's Charminar, all the kids come and rap, and this boy did a Farsi rap. I look at this work as archival gesture, and a lot of people always ask me, how can you say that performance is a form of archiving? You won't have anything to show after this evening. And I just want to leave you with this thought. What seems the most ephemeral and fragile may in fact be the most enduring. Flesh fades, diminishes, and dies. On the breath and through the performing body, story keeps its airy lightness, and so on. I'm going to come to the last sentence. Only through movement can memory take up residence and build a dwelling place within us. As sites of accumulation, we become shelters or living archives for memory. Our bodies hold a myriad of incomplete pieces, the presence of which we are sometimes unaware. And I really wanted to talk about the ephemerality of the archive and want to share with you that today, we, through our breath, carry some of these incomplete pieces with us. And I just leave you with this. Can the archivist become an artist? This is Venkat making something for me that I curated. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Anuja. Pallavi, can you come on next?
Yes, thank you. Hi, everyone, and a big thank you to IFA for their support. I mean, IFA support has been very integral to my practice. I also thank Afra and Anuja for those riveting presentations, and also to you, Annika, for bringing the conversation together. I'd just like to share some thoughts actually very informally, and it's a very difficult ask to match up to those wonderful presentations that have just preceded mine. So I'd just like to use my 10 minutes to talk a little bit about my larger concerns and artistic concerns, and and also how the archive might be implicated in them. And I'll sort of try and connect them to specific works that I have done. So, I mean, largely my practice is about, thinking about the notions of nonfiction, the philosophical possibilities of the nonfiction form, right? And in doing this, I'm always very careful that I'm not conceding the idea of truth, right? I'm not at any point of time, I'm very careful to at any point of time completely let go of any conception of truth because of the ethical pressures and the, political edge that questions of truth continue to produce and hold, right? In otherwise a world where everything seems to be so contested and fractured almost. But to me, nonfiction is actually an aesthetic strategy, right? Which rather than working in opposition to fiction, works as a kind of collaborator of fiction and produces a very specific kind of critical pressure on materials. Now, in this I would say, choreography of fiction and nonfiction, at several points of time, the archive has become very interestingly implicated in my practice. Here I'd like to sort of underline that to me, it's very important to also produce a criticism of notions of accumulation, right? Of the hierarchical imaginations associated with the production of knowledge, which sometimes certain kinds of archives reify. So those are also important interruptions. One is continuously trying to produce and make and recognize in the work of others. For the purpose of actually mounting this argument, I'd like to share with you one particular work that I did, which is called Burn the Diaries. And this work came about when I visit quite often the Dargah of Hazrat Inayat Khan, which is in Nizamuddin. It's very close to the Dargah of Nizamuddin Aulia. And there was a little library in the Dargah, and there was a mention of his daughter, Noor Inayat Khan. And this is back in 2013, 2014. And I didn't know anything about Noor, and I didn't know anything about her life or her work, etc. And then, a few months later, I got an opportunity to travel to London and spend some time at a residency called the Delphina Foundation Residency. And over there, the Kew Garden, the National Archives, basically, which are located at the Kew Garden, I found her file, her personnel file. Now, turns out that Noor was actually is sort of an semi-invisible. I mean, now she's obviously getting some recognition also because of Sarbani's book, etc. But she's sort of an inconvenient figure. Because she's obviously the daughter of this Sufi mystic. The family moved to Paris, they grew up in Paris, and when Paris fell to the Nazis, they escaped to the UK, where she started to work for the SOE. She became a secret agent for the British, who was then parachuted back into Paris and then was betrayed to the Gestapo and killed, right? So she's sort of this inconvenient figure because, and also it's important to note here that she was also the descendant of Tipu Sultan, right? So of course, Tipu Sultan is this figure of resistance against British colonialism, and for, his descendant to be spying for the British in the war is an inconvenient part. So she's sort of mostly left out of historical accounts here, and also to a large extent in the Western world because, well, she was not British, right? So there is this continuous sort of, she was slipping through the cracks mostly. What adds to her invisibility, and this is what I'm more interested in, is that she was a secret agent, right? So the measure of a secret agent's caliber is how invisible they can be, how not present, or how absent they can be while continuing to do the work, right? So when I started to read her file, which is actually in the National Archives, it reads like a dystopic science fiction novel. There were like 5 different versions of her death, right? So at some point she gets killed by a lethal injection, somewhere she gets shot through the back of her head at Dachau, in another account she's died at Natzweiler. And the arrogance of, the establishment or the nation state in actually, telling each of these accounts with the equal amount of, conviction and communicating this to her family. So her brother basically wanted to know what happened to her, right? He insisted, and his communication with the SOE is documented in that file. So this sort of raised a sort of interesting problem for me aesthetically, is that it couldn't have been, I couldn't go into the zone of representation, right? Because representation would trap her in a certain kind of biography in the biographical perimeter, which would, which is insufficient to, actually sort of even engage with the extent of this disappearance, right? So it's a historical disappearance, but it's also a strategic disappearance, and it's also a narrative disappearance, and it's also a physical disappearance, right? So all of these orders of disappearance had to be sort of somehow negotiated in the form that the work would take, right? So so what I did then with this file, and in a way, I think there is an implicit critique of the archive in this, is that I scanned the entire file. And what I decided to do was that I basically transcribed the whole file into Morse code, which was essentially the language that all of these spies were using to communicate with each other, all these secret agents were using. And what is interesting about the Morse code is that it's made up of just two sounds. It's a machinic language. It's not meant to be, it's only meant to be read by human beings. It's not meant to be enunciated by the human body, right? So essentially it is a dot and a dash, right? A dot and dash comprise the entire Morse code, and different permutations of the Morse code produce different kinds of words or sounds, which are quite precise, right? If you wrote something in Morse, the machine would be able to read it. But if you started to read it, it starts sounding like gibberish, right? So you would say things like da da did da 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 da. Doesn't sound like anything, but actually it's a very precise compression of all of this material in the file. So what I did was that I took the file, I scanned the entire file, I stuck all the pages of this scan end to end to end, which basically made it into a 73 feet long scroll, a paper scroll. And under each of these entries, so there was an entry in English on the top, and below each of these entries was its Morse iteration. And people were invited. And what I did was that I took this scroll, I did a performance, I took this scroll, which was this long, unwieldy object, out of the archive, into the Imperial War Museum in London, from where she was mostly absent, right? There was maybe some marginal notings of her work. And it's also again interesting that during wartime, she was awarded the George Cross, which is like a really high military honor, right? But because again of who she was, etc., and that she was a secret agent, there are very few, she's basically invisibilized. So what I did was that I started walking with this scroll across the entire Imperial War Museum, reading the file in Morse, right? And what's again interesting about this long object is that it's not only me, but I could invite other people to co-read the file with me, right? And it's almost as if the order didn't matter, because even in the original file, it's an exercise in just basically disorientation, right? Because it's like, you follow the story till her reaching Natzweiler camp, and then suddenly she's at Dachau, and it doesn't make any sense. So essentially it was a fractured document. And what you do is that you play on its mania, and you play on its, also its, self-image and hubris and arrogance, and actually turn it inside out. So what the work became was actually quite fascinating. It became like also a sound sculpture in the space. So at some point, we also had 15 people reading this long scroll together in Morse, right? Sounding cacophonous, but actually also very precisely, retranslating the archive back and inserting her back into this space, while also critiquing its operations, while also critiquing the operations of this space. So I just will show you one image of what it even looked like. Trying to share my screen. 1 second. Just for you to get an idea of what the scroll even looks like. So that's me. This is the Imperial War Museum, and you see this is the long scroll. So we went the whole way basically. Got up these stairs, walked around, and then people kept joining, kept leaving, and that's how we worked. So that was so essentially for me. To sum up that work, it was like you were working with this a crime had occurred, right? Somebody had died, but there was no time of death. There was no actual site of the crime. There was no body, right? So the archive essentially got implicated in this crime scene. The archive became the crime scene. And it was, again, about trying to navigate this crime scene and producing a certain kind of aesthetic utterance, which, was also a political critique of this, of the way this crime was enacted. So that was one. The other work that I've just finished, and again has been supported by IFA, is a film called The Blind Rabbit. And just very quickly, I think I'll just stop after giving you a little description of the film. Is that essentially that's also a film that deals with police excesses and brutality. And I've tried to kind of work across, different times, whether it was the anti-Sikh pogrom, the emergency, and the more recent attacks on students, in libraries, etc. And that again is a work that deals with, documents that have been destroyed, but those documents. So there's a particular bit in the film where a former police officer recounts how they made fake, what he called kalandras, which were essentially reports, right, of people creating trouble, etc. So arrest quotas during the emergency had to be filled. They had to first create or invent a threat to the state in order to then arrest common people or intellectuals or students, etc., and put them away. And these were arrest quotas that had to be managed and filled every day. So at some point of time, the police just became a kidnapping party, right? They were just kidnapping people off the streets. And in order to justify those kidnappings, they had to make fake reports. So they did. And, this gentleman talks about the format, and he talks about it as an act of creative writing, etc. But interestingly, after the emergency, after India was re-democratized, these reports were also destroyed, right? They were also systematically done away with. So the film is essentially trying to this new work is also essentially trying to apprehend this fake archive backed by state power that was first created and then destroyed. So it's a double negative, right? So the film is ricocheting within the texture of this violence that gets enabled by this kind of double negative. Right? Yeah, I mean, those are just some provisional ideas about the archive, and I'd love to, kind of talk across, I think, all the different practices on the panel. But yes, to me, I think questions of accumulation of things that have run out of use value as evidence, but have some kind of archival value, those are the questions that interest me about the archive, and very much, I think, a critique of fetishization, archival fetishization is, I think, also very much part of my practice, as is a practice that especially takes nonfiction very, 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 very seriously. So yeah, I think I'll just stop there and.
Thanks so much, Pallavi. Can I ask Afra and Anuja also to switch their cameras on? Thank you so much. So I really like how you spoke about how you're accessing the archive, and that it's not so much about accessing, but that you use the words negotiating and navigating rather. And I like how you took us through these different ideas of play, speculation, and animation, and that in all of your practices, the animation really leads to a performative part, or at least a participatory part, where the audience then takes over in a certain way. And I really like that, and how you describe the material journey of documents or objects in their existence before the archive, and then perhaps in the archive, which could be a sort of waiting hall, and then giving them a new context after the archive. And I think that's a fascinating bit also for archival researchers and archivists in this context. I wanted to talk a little bit about the problems, and Pallavi, you already hinted at that. You spoke about implicitness and so on. And I'm interested in thinking about the archive as a supposedly neutral space, and that archives are spaces that are not supposed to have an opinion. But at the same time, we do know that archives do have agendas, whether they are institutional archives or they are informal personal archives. And I wanted to ask if you have ever felt that you had to battle with the archive, that you found an intent in the archive that you had to work against, and whether that played out in your practice in a way. And this is to any of you, whoever feels like responding to that.
I'll just give a quick go at it. Anika, I feel like the way I approach archives, I always assume that they are biased. And therefore, for me, breaching the archival walls are incredibly important. Even the archive with the best intention, the best archivists, will adhere to a certain narrative. And I think it is my role, therefore, as the artist, to go and complicate it, to go and really distort some of it. And I mean, and I know when I say the word distort, I have to be cautious, but really sort of breach those walls and see what happens. And sometimes, therefore, being like, Afra's work is wonderfully playful. The play allows you to break down the hierarchy or the self-importance of the archive.
Yeah, I mean, I also feel, sometimes while you're within an archive and sort of, especially in many circumstances where I'm working with a specific collection, where I'm not looking for something, but I'm looking at the collection itself as my object of interest. While you're looking through these things, what becomes more obvious than what exists is what doesn't exist. And then you kind of start trying to find ways to explore what isn't in the archive, and then see how that can make itself into the work. And also in terms of what exists, who created that existing image. For instance, since a lot of the work that I do is also looking at the visual and imaginations within the image, it's so often the person who has been placed in that image has not really created that imagination of themselves. And if they had the space to imagine themselves, then how would that image perform? And that is something that I think about when I'm sort of giving life or like animating still images and making them perform in perhaps ways that were completely unintended in comparison to the ways they were framed in the archive.
Yeah, I would say the intent of an archive should always be, as Anuja and Afra suggest, be looked at with a certain degree of playful suspicion, because what composes an archive so essentially, in Archive Fever, Derrida has this, this thing about commandment and commencement. No? So he talks about how commencement is the process by which something has entered the archive, right? So the commandment is the power of the archive, how it actually produces its operations of hierarchy, etc. And it says that commandment can only work because commencement is suppressed. And that's and that's also the violence of the archive, that it produces a certain kind of, it invisibilizes the moment of its own composition, and therefore is able to exert this kind of power, kind of epistemic power over the over its in its milieu. So I think people who are not artists especially, because are not implicated or shouldn't be implicated in the exercise of that power, allows them to actually turn their attention to the moment of commencement. They can begin to actually take commencement on, and the work can emerge from there, right? Any work that deals with archives seriously. And then archives are also very interestingly made up, right? So for example, I was reading, and again, someone here, I mean, I'm sure people here know much more about this archive, but I was reading this wonderful piece on memory, and about this archive of the Devdasis in Goa, materials around the lives of Devdasis, and it's actually it's a bunch of made up birth certificates, death certificates, marriage certificates, because it made life easier. So archives are also sites where a certain kind of articulation of the self or of certain communities, etc., can implicitly critique structures of power. In this case, of course, patriarchal power or caste or that kind of power. So the archive almost always points to operations of power. I think it's the artist's work, the labor of art is to actually make those kind of trace the roots to actually, or vantage points to see those operations of power. It's the memory series. I think I'm forgetting whose piece is a wonderful piece. I'll find it, I'll send it across.
I think also much of the classifications and categorizations that we, for example, see in European archives, which come out of colonial history of those archives, are creating a lot of gaps. And I think all of you have been talking in a way about the missing voices within archives. And do you think that it's about filling these gaps in the archive that your work sometimes seeps into?
I'm definitely not interested in filling the gap. For me, it's not the question of producing a positive, right? It's not a question of producing a whole narrative, because that's in fact exactly doing what the archive does. I am interested in the gap. I take the gap very seriously, but not as something to be done away with. It is the very zone from which interesting stuff can emerge.
And if I push the idea a little bit further of the archive as, or at least the Western archives being full in a way, also having reached a point of exhaustion and these overflowing archives in a way. What do you think? How will that play out in the future? Is that something that interests you? That's perhaps an overflow that is being produced in a way?
I think I'm talking too much, and I think after this I'll shut up and ask Jan Afra to speak. But there's a wonderful film by Alan Rene. It's called All the World's Memory. It's on the Paris Bibliothèque. And it's got this, essentially everything that gets printed in France has to enter this bibliothèque, right? And to accommodate that, it's a manic architectural expansion as well, right? How much can you keep getting, and it's everything that's getting printed. So I think it's also too much accumulation, too much when it's too full, basically that's the point at which it becomes incoherent, and it's the madness of power. It's a perversion of power, So it's like the mad king who starts babbling something, because it's too much, accumulation of power and too much is going on. So anyway, that's just a side response to, yes, I do think they're too full. Yes.
Yeah, I also feel so many times when certain archives that you visit, especially large state-run institutions or private museums in sort of the western part of the world, and I mean, I don't know if this is a weird thing to say, but I sometimes look at objects and I'm like, why is this here? Simply because of the fact that even for something to belong in an archive already indicates that it is connected to ideas of what is important to preserve, what is it linked to, whose powers is it a part of, or what privileged lives did that object lead in some ways. And especially looking at objects of folk art, where I was looking at, just the context in which those objects are kept in so far removed from the context of the lives that those objects lived. And something about putting them in those places made me feel very like that they were kind of imprisoned, trapped in a strange way, the objects within the archive itself. And like a really small example, like a lot of the wooden top toys that we played with, for instance, and are very much still around, were kind of, packed into boxes and boxes of like tissue and handling with gloves. And I was like, wow, I wonder how many everyday objects that are actually so much more precious are never going to make it into archives in countries and places which don't have the resources or the kind of infrastructures to be able to do that, and so are completely forgotten in some ways, or aren't really like preserved in some senses. And so that also kind of gets me interested in like how do you decide what is important enough to make it into an archive or not, and what actually ends up there is not always the most special object, but just happens to be in the hands of people who can afford to make that object be preserved.
I'm actually very struck by Prasoon's question, because I think we're as artists saying, oh, we want to dismantle the archive or the institutional archive, and I think this is a really important question. So what does the artist then give back to the archival community? And I'm thinking through, because I feel quite sensitive with I feel like it's a delicate question, but it's really vital and to think through this. Perhaps, Prasoon, I'm thinking about it. If you come and see a performance of the children using the photographs, let's say in the Kalakriti archives, which is such a fixed notion of what Hyderabad and the city and the narrative is, can the archivists then go back and possibly reimagine the cataloging? Can they reorganize something? Can the poor little ephemera folder for a few weeks come on top? Can we offer the archivist a re-looking at his organizational structure? And when I say organizational, I mean the way they have categorized everything. And to push it a bit further, I want to really take this idea of the document or the object, and a fantastic performance collective that I worked with called Gobsquad Collective really answered this question of artists and documents, artists and objects, the found object, right? Or we found this object and we want to make art. Sometimes, and I believe in this deeply, sometimes the object or the document finds us. And I think in that finding and me telling the story of that object that found me, that wanted me to tell its story, the archivist can reimagine the structure. The archivist can recreate a framework. I know it sounds a bit like abstract just now, given that it's such a, archiving is a very strict, is a rigorous profession. Could we relook at it? Can the objects that found us find another place in your archive, perhaps?
I think all you've said right now also comes back to the idea of triage, which is the system of figuring out which document objects are worth to keep, and then which got a new meaning during the pandemic, and kind of like also hints at the entire dilemma that we look at when artists enter the archive in a way to maybe developing an interest for the documents that have not found a place in the archives, like in your work, Anuja, and then being excavated and being given a new life in a way. I think, I don't know, we went already over time, but neither Maya nor Venkat are seeing anything. Venkat is dropping messages for everybody in the question answer box. But I think it's time to close the panel also, unless you have a question for each other, which was something I think you brought up before.
Venkat has a really good question. It's a really complicated question, but it's a really vital question. I don't know if we have time to answer it, but yeah.
Okay, I'm going to read it out. Objects of the archive come from a certain context. You have all shown us new worlds, taking us to the unknown, as Solnit said. You've seen the objects of the archive around your annotations and themes. How can we work with these artists' annotations on the object if we are not able to see the full context of the artist's work? Or should the artist's annotations not be separated?
Just a quick, I think, response to that would be that artists and context also have a very interesting and playful relationship. Context is not a given in which the artist keeps making. The context gets reformulated with each work. And I think that's also the adventure of art practice. And without that, it would be so boring. Art would be so boring, right? So I think, yeah, so there is no full context. I think it's an encounter. And I think that that is the fun of doing this.
Okay, thanks so much, Pallavi, Afra, and Anuja, for sharing your work and for speaking here today. And thanks to Spandana for having put together this panel. Maya and Venkat, are you taking over now?
Thank you, Arnika. I think, we have come to the end of a very long week, and it's been a really exciting, very exhilarating, and extremely exhausting week. So on behalf of all of Milli, really appreciate all those who tuned in, watched us on YouTube, sent us messages, and we really hope to keep the conversation going. So if we can stop the live stream, but continue the conversation. Those who would like to, sorry, I'm trying to stop the live stream, 1 second. Yeah, those